boy, oh boy, oh boy. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be your entertainment for this evening. Sheree gave me permission to say this, and I think I will. For shizzle. Eugene, Steve, Sheree. Great to see you three. Make sure you guys smash the like button. Oh, try and get rid of some of this doom and gloom off our backs tonight, guys. What do you say? I mean, of course, Steve is back, our man on the streets who shakes down the beats. He'll probably have some news for us. If Rebel joins us later, I'm sure he'll come in with some news for us or what have you. We got all kinds of craziness as far as news goes, but I've got some fun stuff too, like the fact that last night, well, early this morning, I saw a pair of ghosts that actually creeped the shit out of me. So there's that. Um, and I'll get into it. It wasn't anything like major, and maybe it was just me being tired and imagining things, but we can get into that a little bit. Right off the rip, special shout out to SE. Normally, when I'm done a stream, I sit down with Smurf, talk for like an hour. Instead, last night, SE and I did a private call between each other and had a whole conversation. And more, I'm just impressed by that dude, and he's a great guy. Shout out to SE. What's up, Stranded? Good, great to see you. Hopefully, you didn't crack your ass the other way today at work. Hopefully, it's going good. Let's take a look because I'm at least excited about one part. Because after 8 tries, the base for Frederick Krueger, and I got to make sure I spelled his name right too. So, um, the base for Freddy Krueger, I finally got it where it came out perfect, round, and sweet. And here's our base. Oh, she is. Let me, I turned on the damn camera, and it just took took a poopy on me. I'm gonna have to deactivate it, reactivate it. I think because for some reason, there we go. Okay, that's better. Now you can actually see. Yeah, yeah, we're back. But yes, the base. I cut it down because this is the original version that they gave me. Which looks decent on paper. You got 4 pieces. The only thing is, any kind of warping in this base, it screws it up. Put the fourth piece in there, and that was the problem. We have warping here. We've got warping there. I realized down here when I went into the actual cut apart model files, when they cut this piece, and I don't know if you guys can see in there, like if I squeeze it together, see how it's like extra large and all that? That isn't warping. That is actually missing pieces. So what I did was I went back, I found the full model in whole, and as you can see, one of the issues we had, you have this whole other bottom base plate under here, and you have these grates that they added, and it's a neat little feature. You've got this off the back where there's tubing that actually goes over this and into the middle. So it kind of like it looks like this and all that. They're neat little additions. The only problem is they warp, they break, and they weren't complete for some reason. I don't know why. Shout out to Berserk and Wicked. They do a fantastic job with their models, as I will show you on the next one. But what I ended up doing, let's take Mr. Krueger's legs off gently. His bottom half's actually painted, and we're ready to rock and roll that one. I cut that down. So all this crap underneath has been completely just cut off. It was unnecessary. It was cool looking and everything else, but a complete, I didn't need it. I also hollowed out the bottom of the model with these. I can actually get in there, remove all the pieces, what have you. Was able to print it out in one side piece. I then went in the blender. I had to slice and make this nice and smooth. So if we're looking comparing pieces, you no longer have that little jut out. Now, that's important because I lost the tubes that go there, but what you end up with is a much cleaner, nicer, perfectly round, one solid piece base that I could print. Where this one is heavier than all get out. I spent 2 bottles of resin trying to get this to work right, and it failed 7 times. This is number 8 right here, this donut. So that was awesome. And like I said, beautiful model, good ideas, but a nightmare to print. These things in particular, you can see because of the way it was cut, they're missing in almost every category because they would tear out. They wasn't secured to the bottom of the model. It needs a fix. So I think it came out much cleaner, nicer, and because this is what I'm doing for the daughter-in-law, and it's like I know, like even this when I wasn't feeling it when I was painting, I can see where I splotched out all kinds of crap on that. I've got to fix that tonight. In the meantime, I mentioned this last night on stream. So the Bizarro bust that I did, the Incredible Hulk bust that I did, I love doing both of them, painting both of them. One modeler's name is Wicked 3D. The other one is Berserk 3D or 3D Berserk, and they are on Patreon. Um, and like each of their models sell from likes of the Hulk and Bizarre are each $10 if you were to buy them separately. I really liked and enjoyed all their artwork. They one guy covers nothing but DC heroes, one guy's Marvel and movies basically, and then the movies actually go between the different things. So I was like, and as a matter of fact, they're the ones who did this Freddy Krueger as well. So I went and I looked them up. It would be $10 a month to just get a bunch of models that I already had through Thangs. I went to their actual Patreon site. They cost $10 a piece each one to sub to. The one guy gave me 80 plus models. The other guy gave me 75 plus models. And just for the first initial sign up. And then I get, I think it's 10 models from each, 12 models, 13 models, whatever from each one every month. So, and then plus they give me a whole bunch of free crap, right? On top of it. So I'm sub to both of them now. And any updates that come out, I'll be grabbing them instantly. I downloaded 300 gigabytes worth of model files the other over the past 2 days. It might even be more than that. I'd have to look at the final folder count, but it's a ton. Which brings me to one of the freebies that they had on the site, the freebies for everybody. And I did a proof of concept on the first one. This actually, now that I've shown this off, I can actually toss this. That's like $30 worth of resin thrown out right there. So I don't know. Yeah, I think you guys can see this bad boy, right? You guys wouldn't be able to tell me who this is by the proof of concept. So they had this one piece that prints out kind of small, so you can do it as a miniature. And of course, I got to blow it up or what have you. But I've been doing these proof of concepts with anybody that I've been downloading lately and doing all the editing and reworking on basically out of everything, the base part of it. So I can take off the top there. But what this is, and I didn't print the head yet. So if we look at the base, you got some really cool stuff. You got these 3 ravens, right? Slaughter Swamp. You have, actually, part again because that was a pain in the ass to get there. You have this cross in the back, and it says Cyrus Gold on it. Cyrus Gold is the name of Solomon Grundy. So this is going to be Solomon Grundy, but I wanted to do the proof of concept. He's basically like, he looks like a giant gray zombie dude, fought Superman a lot every now and again, Batman. He's an undead mobster that they basically took him out Goodfellas style, we'll say. But he is very high detail, everything else. He's got a noose around his neck, all this kind of stuff. Well, I did the proof of concept. Let me see if I can get the body back on. There it goes. Right now, I'm up to printing the torso. I still have the arms and the knives in the back and the head to print for the actual model. So this is where it's at with the actual one I'll be painting versus the original. You can tell much smaller, kind of like I did with the Venom statue a while ago. Still got to shake in the damn hands. But I actually went in and digitally deleted everything to do with this Raven here, because when I was putting the proof of concept together, you can see this Raven, here's a wing, right? Notice it's missing the other wing. That's because the way this goes in, it clicks in and it snapped the wing completely off, like immediately. This other little wing in the background, which is probably hard to see, but that one, let me do this, see if I can't get it to focus on the actual wing tip. That one goes over the toes, which is also a pain in the ass, so I've had to fix it. I also took off the cross so I can do that as a separate piece, simply because it made it more uniform to print the base. Now, looking at this base, this is, again, the headaches that you'll encounter. You can see, here's the plate, right, for Slaughter Swamp. You've got all these nice little things around the base. Doesn't look like a big deal, right? It expands the base by a whole ton. So what I did, and I can actually show you the, well, I'm not even going to tear them off just yet. Not tell them I'm going to work on them. You can tell, once again, I have cut down the base. You can clearly see the Slaughter Swamp on the bigger one. I've cut down the base. It's been hollowed. Cut down the amount of the birds there. And like I said, you can tell where the cross is missing, but if you look back here, you can see right where the cross is going to get 3D printed, and then I created a key for it, so I can just plug that in when it's ready. It'll be behind him. It'll be nice and big, probably the size of his butt cheeks. But yeah, you can see way more of the detail. Everything looks pretty. It's going to be a fun one to paint. But this is the next one coming out of the lab, and you're talking about like 6 hours of work to refine this bad boy. Got to be gentle when taking them off the actual base, because again, this little wingtip here is going right over his foot. So if you pop it in there wrong, you're going to snap it. So it's a lot of work, and these guys do amazing designs. I'm kind of streamlining them at this point because it works better in my printer. For one, they have a much bigger printer than I do. I think they're working with a Saturn or a Jupiter. I'm only working with a Mars, so mine's a smaller printer. But everything looks pretty. It's going to sit pretty, sit right, and I didn't need all this extra crap. I didn't need this extra ring, so I got rid of it. Smoothed it down, and then I think this is at 50 or 55% in size. Same thing with the legs. I could only get it to 33.7% before I remove that bottom piece. And once that bottom piece is gone, it's smooth as glass now. Like I was able to upscale it by 20 more percent. This one, the original one, the proof of concept, this is actually done at 1/3 the size of the actual statue. So I figure the statue itself would be double this size. It would be as big as Freddy Krueger, but it wouldn't fit together. The base alone was in 8 different pieces, my bad. And the way they did the base, I try to put it back together in Blender and it doesn't line up. So if I tried printing it, it wouldn't have lined up. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday. He was born on a Monday. I know he's wet on a Wednesday. But some of I could pull up the site. I might do that in a little bit and just show you some of the models because I don't know if there's like specific superheroes stuff from movies, stuff like that you want to see. But the two he did most recently that just dropped yesterday, one is the Invisible Man from the old black and white Universal Pictures, and it's an amazing sculpt. And then Boris Karloff is the Mummy. Those are the two latest. The month before for movies, it's Jack Sparrow and Captain Barbossa fighting, and it is unbelievable how well he did. A matter of fact, let me see. I just right before I went live, David asked me if I'm streaming tonight. Hey, David, yes, I am. He said, let me know so I can see if the bot I put in actually works properly and on time. Did Discord notify you guys that I was streaming, or did you just get it from YouTube's? Yeah, so the actual, let me see, the Solomon Grundy, I'm looking it up now so I can, because I know he got wet on a Wednesday. He got sick on, I want to say, a Friday, died on a Sunday, well, was buried on a Sunday, died on a Saturday, buried on a Sunday, I want to say. Let me see. So the old nursery rhyme actually goes Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, christened on Tuesday, married on Wednesday, took ill on Thursday, worse on Friday, died Saturday, buried on Sunday. That is the end of Solomon Grundy. Cool, Sheree. So you did get a Discord announcement too. All right, because I didn't put in that Discord announcement. So David's bot may be working. You know, he's on some slick nerd stuff that I'm not aware of. But yeah, so when Solomon Grundy says it, and it was published in 1842 according to this. But it goes Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, christened on a Tuesday, wed on a Wednesday, took ill on Thursday, worse on Friday, died on Saturday, buried on Sunday. This is the end of Solomon Grundy. And for those that don't know, he is a resurrected zombie out of a swamp. So, like the wife was saying, the ravens on the bottom. Okay, that's kind of cool. You know, like they're picking at a corpse, blah, blah, blah. Should have done an alligator there. That would have been much cooler, like an alligator wrapping around his feet. You don't see anything from Discord. Um, I just right before I went live, I will give this one piece of news that I thought was, and I recommend everybody watch the video if you haven't seen it. Caught me off guard, and it was called a plea or something like this to YouTube, and it was Vivek Ramaswamy. And I'm like, oh crap, here we go. He's going to be whining about you're silencing conservative voices and all this kind of stuff because he's trying to run for governor of Ohio, right? Imagine my surprise, guys, when I watched the video and Vivek Ramaswamy's like, look, I don't agree with them. I don't agree with Kimmel. I don't agree with Alex Jones on a lot of things, and I don't agree with Nick Fuentes, which honestly, up until the other day, I watched him on PBD's podcast. I know nothing about Nick Fuentes. I've heard nothing but negative stuff, but I watched him on it just, I'm open minded like that. So I watched him. I still don't like him particularly, but according to Vivek Ramaswamy, YouTube has apparently banned all three of those people's accounts. And he's like, I don't agree with him. He's like, look, I know Nick Fuentes. He would not be a big fan of mine. He would not like me. He's like, but you can't silence people like this. And like, it was all about free speech. And shout out to Vivek Ramaswamy. I definitely recommend watching the video, listen to what he has to say on the matter, because I agreed with him like 1,000%. Alex Jones is back, but I don't know if so. Like I said, you need to watch the video, and it's good to see you, Devin. By the way, guys, make sure you're smashing like. But yeah, you should watch what Vivek is saying in the video because he's like, look, I'm not out here. I'm not going to rant and rave and tell you this, that, or the other thing. I'm not saying you should face regulations and everything else. I'm just trying to have a discussion. Like he approached it like I can see this guy, he did it the right way. And it's the speech. I've said this a lot. Um, I may hate what you have to say. You have the right to say it. As long as you're not calling for violence, have at it, man. Talk your shit. Earn your buck. Conservative voices, Democrat voices. There's a lot of people I don't agree with. But yeah, they definitely need to like just my take on it, my 2 cents, which are worth about nothing. Considering we don't even make pennies anymore, I might as well move my 2 cents to a nickel at this point. Um, yeah, you just people have to stop with that and just let people have a free for all. You're going to find out who the snowflakes are that can't take it. You're going to find out who you're going to find out the character people. Just look at everything to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. If there was somebody that you liked and you saw what they had to say about it and it was abhorrent, you probably unfollowed them, right? Because you're just like, yeah, I can't support somebody who thinks that way. It took a mask off of a lot of people, and that's what we need is more speech to take that mask off of people and show you who they are at their heart. Are they in a cult? Are they all thinking the same way and just in an echo chamber and trapped in there? If you silence those outside voices, you're never going to be able to test if you are in that echo chamber. One of the things, because I was saying this, nobody gives a shit what GAM has to say, really. Said that last night, right? On stream. I was like, nobody cares what I got to say. Um, and then I thought about that and ran it back, and I was like, if they do care what I've got to say, like people do, because I think Essie was one of the ones who was just like, nah, man, I actually do give a shit what you say. And I appreciate him for that. And did at the time too. What I'm realizing is that I have a bunch of free thinkers in this community, and we can disagree. We can not see each other's religion. We can not see each other's point of view. We fundamentally agree on certain things. But everybody has their own mind, and we're not stuck in an echo chamber here. And I don't want this community, if it ever seems like it's becoming cultish or an echo chamber or any of that stuff, you guys got to let me know. Like if you feel everybody's just swimming in the same lane, they don't like something, but they're swimming in that lane because they don't want to be ostracized, let me know because then I can address it immediately. If you stay silent, I can't fix things, guys. Eugene, I saw what you posted on Discord earlier. Apparently, shout out to Eugene's music. He he lost a subscriber, I guess, and was just like, they didn't even tell me why they unsubbed. Dude, I feel you there. Some people I know exactly why they unsubbed, what they unsubbed for, or why they're pissed at me, or maybe I wasn't their cup of tea, whatever, that kind of thing, right, Eugene? And you don't know. You don't know because you're just doing videos that are music. So I couldn't tell you. I know it wasn't me. I'm 99% sure it wasn't anybody in my community. Um, so I don't know what to tell you, buddy, about that one. But yeah, that does suck. I think if you do unsub from somebody, like, For example, um, Tim Pool, when I unsubbed, I legit said in the chat, I'm unsubbing because you're an asshat. You're not even going to read this. And you got shitty teeth or something. I can't remember exactly what I said, but I put it in his chat. Now, granted, I said it right in the chat. You're not even going to bother reading this. I'm not even important to you. I'm a dollar sign from either YouTube or if I was given super chats, then from my super chats. That's all you give a shit about is the money. You're not even going to notice I'm missing as a person. My voice has no meaning here. Like, if anything, there's people in the chat that are going to miss me, not you, right? But I still gave him a reason. If he actually gave a shit, you'd look for that reason. But when you're at, you know, 4 million subs, I don't think you really give a shit about one person most of the time. Yeah, quit saying Nazi. I agree with that one, Devin. I don't. I think you're right there. Unless somebody completely believes in communism, stop calling them commies, right? Or same thing, Nazis. Stop calling people fascists and Nazis. You're invoking the evil that should be put down, in my opinion. So I get it. Like, I can get where you're derailing people, making them go nuts. Said which word? Nazi? I'm sure I've said it a ton of times. Yeah. Under what is it? Did you say 1,000 or 10,000? Hell, even under 500 subs, you can you know each of your subs. Danny cracks me up. I've watched you the whole time, Danny. I was just in a diatribe, buddy. Oh, not C. I got you. Hold on a second. Wife's bringing me something, saying something. What is that? Oh, you got in? I made it do that. Should okay, leave it good. There? Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. But that's just it. Everybody should have the right to say what they want. But should they refrain from calling people names, stuff like that? Yeah. Should we stop othering each other? Yeah. Sheree's like, hi, Mrs. She already left the room. Why am I missing something? Or Danny Boss? Danny Boss needs to hit all messages. Danny, Danny, what is that picture? What did you change your little profile? I'm looking at Danny's profile picture, and I just noticed. I'm like, wait, that isn't like his normal base thing. Is that like a conqueror of England or something, or a crusader? What do you got going on there, Danny? You switched things up on me. Are you now Jack Sparrow? Are you going like high seas pirate on me? Jesus Christos? I've heard of him. I heard he does excellent lawn care. But yeah, I actually do. I figure we should have. We can talk politics, I guess. But there's other fun shit going on in the world. Oh, definitely some fun stuff. Like last week, I showed you guys the the guy with no arms, no legs, bowling a 300 game, and was one of my favorite YouTubers. Rest his soul, Patman QC. Still an inspiring story. King Arthur, my dear goodness. Well, wait, I thought Danny was technically Spanish, like from Spain. So shouldn't it be a conquistador conquering? You think you said stuff here and people unsubscribed? I don't think so. I honestly don't think that's the case. So when we look at, if I look at the actual breakdown, Eugene, right, of people in that are here all the time, Devin, Danny Boss, Forever Demonetized, David Mon, um, Steve Kerfuffle. Now he's back. It's great to have you back, by the way, Steve. Stranded, Sheree, Mister Beans. Beans will be here at 8:45. By the way, yeah, I confused her last night when I said it. I was like, "I'll see you at 8:45 on stream," and she was like, "What? What does that mean?" It's like, yeah, that's usually when you pop in. He's a true Brit. Um, but I don't think so, Eugene. Honestly, people don't unsubscribe from a music channel because of stances like that, unless you're being vocal out on the interwebs somewhere else. But this channel, like, it's pretty tight knit, small community. There's a whole bunch of others. Rebel, like I can, you can just keep listing the names of different people that are in here. Now it might have been somebody. Well, no, that would have happened a while ago when you walked away from a different channel. That's where I saw all my major unsubs, right? And then David Mon, his one buddy, unsub from me. I'm 99% sure because, as David would call him, he's called him a soft see you next Tuesday. So good on David for that one. But, you know, is what it is. Yeah, trust me, it is good to have Steve back. Like I said, you son of a bitch, you worried the hell out of us when you just vanished for a while there. E Rock, 6, you know, like I can't see anybody unsubbing from you, Eugene. One thing that was explained to me was that apparently if you sub to somebody and they sub to you at the same time, it cancels out each other's subs for some reason. Now I got a deep dive into that. That apparently kicked in before or at the beginning of August. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to go and refresh and look through YouTube rules and find out why that is. But that it could be a case of that. It could also be, when was the last song you put out was how long ago, Eugene? Yeah, and everybody give a big old howdy to good old Rogue of Leaf, and of course we got Smurf kind of floating out there somewhere. He's sitting in the background. He's kind of chilling. He's like, hey Gam, I'm kind of getting tired of Valheim. I'm just standing here. I got my thumb directly in my ass. I'm watching you build things. Yeah, I like the way you're building though. Okay. That could be it too, Eugene. Like the whole thing is, I'm going to say I was actually worried. I'm not worried now, but I was worried because last Sunday I didn't do a stream, right? I was like, I'm not going to do a stream on Sunday. And to be honest with you, going forward, it's going to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's basically my stream times. I'm eliminating Sunday because what I did on Sunday was rework that entire Solomon Grundy base. I went and repaired a Michael Myers statue that is on par with this Freddy Krueger one. So because of that, I realized if I take the time I'm streaming and use it to fix models, I'm running out of models to paint. I have 300 gigabytes of models that I just ripped down, and it's like, you know, if I don't repair those models or make sure they're prepped and good to go through printing, that's a whole other process. So if I take the time that I would be streaming on Sundays, I can work on those models. I think you guys find it very boring when I go online, stream, and work on those models in front of you. So I've kind of eliminated that day for now until I have backlog again where I'm going to have to paint out a ton of models and then I can add the Sunday back. But my streams are always consistent for the most part. I have flubs here and there. Internet out, couldn't stream on a Thursday, for example. That happened not long ago. Things like this will happen. You know, I get hit with a hurricane, I could have no power for 4 or 5 days. That's happened before in the past. But you gotta be consistent with putting out your stuff, or people are just like, why am I even sub to this guy? That's part of the whole thing with, unfortunately, social media. People want next, 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 next. They don't want, all right, I'll do one, and then 6 months later I'll put out another, or 2 weeks, 3 weeks later. You kind of want to do it set your day, Eugene, every Friday. SE started doing it, and I'm sure my God, that man needs to be monetized immediately. His streams are great. He's got fantastic people in that community. He's got a solid message, and he started doing like pretty much every Tuesday now, and he's solid on that. So if he keeps up with it, in my opinion, I can see him getting monetized in a month or two, like easily. I'm here for the good people and the conversation, and that's just it, Rogue. And I'm happy you're here too, because you're a good person. Like, you've always been a good, but you've always been that dude. Like, Smurf was even saying it last night, that even the first time he met you, he's like, yeah, I can definitely hang with this guy. He's cool. Yeah, a recluse, a brown recluse, are nasty. Just make sure that the center of the bite does not turn like a blackish color and start spreading out in, I hate to say it this way, but like a spider web red pattern from it. At that point, the wound is necrotic and you need to get to the hospital immediately. That wound is not going to heal. You need medical attention. Okay. Hey, look, I don't know about YouTube music. I don't, Eugene. So maybe you're right. Maybe it's oversaturation and all that kind of stuff. I have no idea. I can just go by my model and tell you this is what I do, you know. Um, but that's, you may be 1,000% right. I could be 1,000% wrong. I don't know. You'd have to talk to somebody else who does music on YouTube. I can tell you, I'm not unsubbed from anybody. The last person I unsubbed from basically banned me from their channel. It was the last person I unsubbed from. I don't even watch ABL lives or ABL really. I'll drop in, say hi to everybody every now and again, but I stopped watching. I'm not going to unsub from his channel because I don't want to hurt his channel, or make it look like you got one less person. Because I definitely rolled with him for a long time, and I do think you got to respect what he built. So yeah, I mean, as far as it goes, though, I thought Steve snuck on to Air Force One, back when Trump met Putin, because in Alaska, because that's when Steve disappeared. And then I was like, yeah, Steve got off Air Force One and went over to, snuck on to Vladimir Putin's plane, and he's in Moscow behind enemy lines right now, just reporting everything. And we're going to get this massive knowledge dump eventually of what he saw while he was there. Yeah, that's a good call too, Paul, Rogue. Um, if it looks like a bullseye, seek medical attention immediately, because that. Like when something like that, when your skin goes necrotic, like it happened to my father-in-law. He got bit in his arm, and yeah, they had to cut a chunk out of his skin. Like he has a permanent like dent in his arm from where the recluse got him. Oh my god, I forgot all about Hail Bop. Not Bop, but Hail Bop. Yeah, I forgot about that comment. I mean, it's crazy if I live to be, I think, 80 years old, 85 years old. I can't remember. But I'll get to see Haley's Comet twice. I remember, being in grade school and we all got taken out to go look at Haley's Comet passing. You've had two other bites? Man, that's brutal. When it was actually the Boy Scouts, yeah, true. We have, I've found, I figured like finding a black widow would be the chances of finding a five-leaf clover, right? Like just impossible. I'd never seen one in my lifetime. I have found 10, 15, 20 nests since I've lived at my house. They always set up under like the grill outside. I always have to check under there right where the propane connects. It's crazy. You reach in there and you're like, why am I feeling spider web? I've never been bit, but yeah, it definitely there's stuff out there that's so small that can do so much damage if it nails you. You got ticks in the club, but yeah, I think we've all been bitten by ticks. It's always look for the little white spot on their back because that then get tested for Lyme's disease. If you get nailed by one of them, that's a pretty good indicator. They actually can carry Lyme's disease and pass it to you. The deer ticks. I got chiggers when I was a kid playing in the woods, always running through the woods in shorts. Went into the, the people call them what, no see, but I don't know if they call them no seums. But yeah, we always called them chiggers. And like, they suck. I had to put this lotion all over, like, the calves of my legs were just completely covered and they look like little freckles. And then they started getting all red and nasty because you're scratching, can't get them out of you. And you rub this chemical on your legs, whatever it is, whatever the lotion is, you put the lotion on the skin where it gets the hose again. You rub the lotion on your legs, and then I guess it kills the chigger itself, and they slowly push out of your skin. It just takes time. Irene from Real World Seattle. Why do I remember that? That's terrible that I remember that crap. Like it always trips me up whenever I see all these different people that were on Real World on like Fox News and stuff or Road Rules, and I'm like, wow. So reality TV, I guess the upside is you get into show business like further up the line, like news or whatever, and then of course you have Mike the Miz Mizera, who was on. I don't know if he was on Real World, but he was definitely on Road Rules. But he was always cutting promos like he wanted to be a pro wrestler, and he actually is a pro wrestler now. The only one I remember with the disease from, of course, we all remember this probably, but from Real World was Pedro. Good old Pedro, who had HIV slash, and I think it was full blown AIDS. It turned into, and Puck kept like picking his scabs and stuff around him and all that kind of stuff, and was just like filthy around him. He's like, "Look, I got to be in a healthy environment, and it'll kill me." And Puck's just like, "Yeah, I don't care." It's like, what? So is that true, Rogue? They have acid for saliva. So they're like the alien, like the xenomorphs from the Alien series. They got acid for blood. They just. I mean, I could believe it. I think that's how flies actually bite you too, right? They um they vomit like an acid-like substance out of their stomachs, and it comes flying out and burns like your skin or whatever, and then they lap it back up real quick. So Miz was on Real World Back to New York. Yeah, I stopped watching after a few seasons because it was just like now you're introduced to this new pair of jerks, or whatever. And there was never any good brawls on it. Like Jerry Springer became more interesting to me. I may go to hell for saying that, but Jerry Springer, like back in the day before they started actually fixing the fights, when people would get on there and actually throw down, that show was so much better. After a while, it got scripted and outrageous. But yeah. Oh, I remember that because the dude Steven didn't, wasn't he in one of the House Party movies later on? I want to say he was like in House Party 2 or 3. He was Stinky, was his name in the movie. And it's still one of the funniest lines because he walks up on the one guy and he's like, "Yeah, what you doing up in here, Funky?" He's like, "Yo, my name's Stinky, Stinky, bro." And he's like, "Nah, your name Funky because you come up in here smelling like butt crack." But yeah, I remember that now. Now that you say that and lay it out that way, yeah, because that was his whole thing. Like he wanted to be a comedian or something, and he like smacked her. I forgot all about that crap. Either I forgot about that crap or I just didn't want to remember that crap. Like I might have blocked it out of my memory after all these years. I kind of memory hold that one definitely. Sheree, thank you for the amended too. By the way, I appreciate you on that one. Good job, Sheree. She could jump on the fly. She rock and rolled that little messaging out. No longer including the Sundays in there. Like I said, we'll probably end up bringing back Sundays when I've got a ton to paint. But right now, yeah, it's really addressing them so I can actually get just some paint on here, make them look pretty, take my time with them, stuff like that. As I would rather be putting out good models that look tight than doing a rush job and being like, "There you go, guys." Yeah, yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, Steve, when you broke it all down, I do remember that now. And yeah, she is the greatest mobs and mods. Everybody should shout out Sheree any chance you get, whether you see her in this stream or other streams. Make sure you're shouting her out as the greatest mod. Let the world know she deserves it. I mean, I tell everybody give her flowers, but send her a crisp $100 or $50 is probably more effective, in my opinion. Dude, well, I mean, Don't you remember who was it? Was it Sean Connery had said that? He was doing like an interview with oh God, was it Barbara Walters? I want to say it was an interview with Barbara Walters, and Sean Connery flat out said, he's like, "Yes, if my wife's getting too mouthy with me, I give her a slap across the beak." And she's like, "What?" He's like, "Not a hard one, just one to remind her of her place or some shit like that." It was like, damn, dude. Good to hear you had a nice supper. Wow. I can actually see cigarette smoke on screen. That's crazy. So let's let's talk other fun things. So if there's something strange in your neighborhood, you know who you're going to call, right? You're going to call Ghostbusters. Has anybody else been seeing strange shit lately? Like just odd corner of your eye, what the is that kind of shit happening? Oh, Steve. Steve, I'm dead on that one, brother. Holy shit. I almost had to mute the mic. Like, you almost made me choke on cigarette smoke, bro. So, as I crushed that bad boy out. Has anybody been seeing anything strange? I would love to hear it. You know, Danny, have you been visited by the Virgin Mary or anything? Steve, anything funky out there in the sand dunes? You know, Devin, anything like outrageous happened lately? Sheree, any spookies going on out there? Spooky ghosts, spooky critters, anything in Ohio's? Only little girl ghosts are scary. Well, I mean, that's just it. I don't really get scared by ghosts. They're not going to freak me out. It just it caught me completely off guard last night. Well, early this morning because I caught something out of the corner of my eye and I was like, I don't know any blonde chicks. What the hell am I seeing? Because all I saw was like blonde hair and I saw the back. And then I was like, well, gee, that's peculiar. Like I did the typical white guy from a horror movie. Gee, that's peculiar. You don't see that every day, Bella. You know, it screwed me up. And then I actually saw my old dog go running by. And at first, because he was all like, we only own black dogs, like full on black dogs. And the reason why we usually adopt an all black dog, one, they're pretty to look at. Two, they are the first that if they don't get adopted out, they get euthanized. So we've always had a rule of, always taking the black dog. And I looked in my pup. He's all black too, but he was laying at my feet. And I swear I saw my old dog, and I was like, oh dear Lord, because he was always closer with my wife than me. I went running to check on the wife, make sure she was okay. At that point, it was like, oh no, and she was fine. You're fine, Devin. You know. So wait, William Shatner? Yeah, like I didn't even hear about all that. I didn't hear any rumor of him passing away or anything. I know he had diabetes. Granted, he's getting there. Like the old Shat is going to unfortunately pass away soon, I'm sure. But I had not even heard he was in the hospital, none of that stuff. So thank you for debunking that before I even saw it, because I'd have been like, yo, did anybody hear William Shatner passed away? You know, that kind of thing. And it's going to be heartbreaking when he goes, because he is nothing beats the old school Captain Kirk. Hey, what's going on, Gam? I just dropped by and say, what's going on, everybody? It's good to see yous. And, I got to go to work. I got to go pick stuff and talk smack to people. I'm just getting in my puff puff give right before I get in the car and go out to work and go work hard. Hopefully your hand's feeling good, brother, and you have a good night at work. Don't work any harder than you need to. Try and take her easy. Hurting yourself ain't gonna help nothing. Yeah, I mean, now granted, my dogs usually live 17 years. This will probably be the last dog I ever own because I'll be too old to get another. I wouldn't want to, like, even now I worry about that. Like, if I were to pass away, my dog's so attached to me, you know, what uh what would it do to the dog? Like, the dog would probably follow me into the ground, like, out of heartbreak. So I'm very mindful of that. It's just part of being a responsible pet owner, I think, at some point. So I think once something happens to my puppers here, and I have to get another one, and I'm getting on in years, I will be adopting one that is close to the end of its life too, just cause I'll get those bad habits with them, but at the same point in time, might as well give them a forever home, just in case I kick the bucket, knowing that he won't be far off. William Brittonley, I thought he died a while ago. I don't think he's. I thought he died like a couple years ago. Actually, more than a couple. I thought he died a while ago, early 2000s for some reason. I mean, who knows, right? If you asked me, I would have told you that Nelson Mandela died in jail. I don't ever remember him getting released. So I'm probably the wrong person to ask about that because I definitely have some Mandela effects going on. Yeah, I mean, what else? So has anybody had any strange things that have been going on in this, like around you? Anything that you've noticed that's out of place or because I mean, okay, yes, the world does feel like it's on edge to me right now. Things do feel off in this world to me, but I mean, stuff that's personal to you, like a personal, like, yeah, the other day I was out walking, and normally I take a shit at 3 o'clock, and I ended up taking one at 2. Like stuff like this, just little things that you would notice that are personal to you, and only you would know. Like my dog doesn't look the same, or I was watching the news the other day. They said this, and I was like, wait, that isn't what happened. Little weird things. And I'm not talking like cuckoo land conspiracy stuff either. Like Israel took out Charlie Kirk. Oh no, wait, it was a guy hiding under a vent under the stage that shot up and threw him. Oh wait, no, that's not it. It was this person. Oh wait, no, there's 18 shooters, and it was a whole QAnon conspiracy because he was going to expose the Illuminati. Like none of this craziness. I mean, actual stuff that's happened to you. Hey, I mean, yeah, I did see something about that too. Rapture, some dude screaming about the rapture, but I've heard that for the longest time too. about rapture, and people just, oh well, we're tomorrow is going to be the rapture. Um, and I always I'm like, okay, well, I'll see you tomorrow then, because I'm not going to be one of the few chosen that's going to get pulled up during the rapture. I'm definitely stuck here. Even if I have a good enough soul to be pulled during a rapture event, I'll be stuck here as a warrior for the side of good. So it is what it is. Like, I'm screwed, guys. You guys can all look down at me and laugh, and I'll do a YouTube stream, and then you guys can tune in from whatever perspective place in heaven there is to watch it. If you're not busy on a cloud playing a harp with your halos, yeah. GAM. I'll still be here. We'll be playing Valheim every Wednesday. We'll, maybe Green Hell or something. But yeah, I'll still be here with you. They ain't taking me either. I still got to go fight Murdoch. Like, I got to find Murdoch and fight him. Maybe even train up so I can fight either Clubber Lang or Ivan Drago. I'm not sure which. I mean, I kind of finished Drago's career, but it is what it is. Can't fight Tommy Gunn no more though, because that guy, he died of AIDS. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just it. Why would man know? You're right, Stranded. Like, I could believe that. Why would anybody get privileged information? What would you get, like a phone call? Like, hey, I think I'm gonna take everybody up to heaven. Like, unless you're got like another, according to the Bible anyway, another like Noah's Ark situation where it's like, yeah, I'm letting you know so you can save a certain amount of people, but I don't see it. I don't see it happening. I don't see God on a cell phone like, yeah, man, let me tell you something. I'm in the world tomorrow, and yeah, you need to go and do like people wouldn't even answer the phone. They'd be like, I think it was a prank caller. They'd be like, oh yeah, I don't. And then the really religiously devout probably don't even own cell phones. So there's that too. How would he even communicate? And if somebody heard voices in their head telling them like, yeah, the world's going to end, on this date and time, they would lock them pretty much straight up into jail and have them psychovalved. It wouldn't work like it did in the past. Well, I mean, Steve, yeah, you're right. So the whole thing is, if you could have the foreknowledge, right, of like actual foreknowledge that the world's going to end at this time and it's going to come in the form of, I don't know, we'll say like an earthquake. One, if you're the person who had that knowledge, wouldn't you warn people to get them out of there trying to save lives, right? So there's that. But then if you were lying about it, there's a lot of people who are going to tune in because they want to know what you know that they don't. And that goes back to, I like the fact Candace Owens is asking questions, but I'm also honestly a little disgusted by her personally. My opinion, whatever you guys want to say, and maybe you guys feel different. No, she's genius, all that, whatever. My opinion on it is that you have thrown 7 different angles out there, and it's fine to be free thinking and bring these things into a conversation. But you're basically monetizing somebody that you always say is your brother's death at the same point in time. And that kind of bothers me. Um, I mean, yeah, that is kind of strange, stranded, because that means your mail service is working well, and mine is not at this point. I was supposed to get a bottle of resin today, and like two or three other things, because we actually have it where we can see what's supposed to be delivered when, and it's all delayed till like the 27th and 29th. Like my dog's flea medicine comes from a mail-in vet, and that has been delayed. So something's glitching there. But yeah, glitches in the matrix. That's I think Eugene had said that a little bit ago. Definitely some glitches in this matrix. I'm definitely feeling things a little bit different. Like something feels completely off to me. I can't put my finger on it. I keep thinking I'm nuts. Like, Gam, you're just overthinking shit, and there's a lot going on. People are upset in the world about everything to do with Charlie Kirk. There's everything going with Russia, Ukraine, or Gaza, Israel, whatever. All these different little things going on, and at first I thought I was kind of nuts. But the more I search internally and everything else, and then seeing a pair of ghosts last night or this morning, I was like, maybe I'm just overtired. But at the same point in time, is that kind of a warning too? Like I know October's coming up. We're getting to the scary month, and that's when supposedly the veil between the dead and the undead, or the land of the dead, land of the living. That's when the veil's the thinnest, and that's why you see spirits. Blah 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 blah. But at the same point in time, like something just feels off to me. And when I can't put my finger on something or can't explain, like, oh, this is why it feels off, it bothers me. I like being able to come on here and have conversations with different people or paint my models and talk a bunch of crap to you guys, tell you about movies I've seen, all this. And, like I got this nagging damn feeling in like the back of my head, like something's not right. Something's wrong. So Bob had an errors with his email. Okay, that's something that's not a normal everyday thing that occurs. So there it's a little something, but it's something like little things. Like I said, my mail service is usually pretty damn solid, and it's been off. Seeing ghosts, like I said, I didn't even have any hallucinogens or anything else on hand to enjoy that kind of experience. So it's not that. I haven't started drinking again, guys. So it's not that. Um, Tired, yeah. Maybe saw reflections off the TV, possible. But I didn't even have TV on at that point. Well, I had the TV on, but it's on my screensaver, which is a Joker face holding the playing card. Oh, you got the complete series in it. Congratulations on that one. I started playing that Star Trek Online game because it's free, and my guy's rocking the Enterprise, like from Enterprise, full on suit, like the full on monkey suit. Their uniforms. I originally had it at Star Trek, the original series, like the yellow Captain Kirk garb, and switched it up because I was like, you know what, I like Enterprise better. Yeah, I just okay. So there's another weird one. I can see on the small screen Bob saying stuff, Sheree saying stuff, and then on my reading screen, the chat's not advancing. I just had to reset my damn stream on my tablet. Like it's glitches in the matrix. Like it's like technology, something's up with it too. Like as far as I'm aware, no solar storms, no I mean, yeah, we got Three Eye Atlas moving through, but I think it just passed Mars and that's on the opposite side of the sun from us. So that wouldn't have an effect on us. As a matter of fact, I don't even think it's going to come close enough to us to have an effect. It'll be close enough for us to study, but not have an effect on anything. And that thing's weird. But at the same point in time, it's not so unusual. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. You know, there's nothing like it's behaving strangely, all this kind of stuff. I don't think it's aliens or any of this crazy non. It's an alien probe from a different galaxy that's been sent here to scout us, so this way the aliens can land and go to Bohemian Grove and turn the frogs gay, maybe join the Bushes and the Clintons in worshiping Baphomet. Whole satanic ritual. I don't. I'm not subscribing to any of that nonsense. I'm saying until we examine it, it's definitely got some interesting properties, and I don't see it affecting us in any kind of way, unless it's like The Walking Dead. So I don't know if you guys know this or not, but supposedly in The Walking Dead, the outbreak of zombies and the dead returning to life, all that, was actually caused by a comet or a meteorite passing overhead and showering spores down that interacted with human, undead or well, dead human flesh and turned it back into alive. So supposedly, that was like the explanation behind how the zombie apocalypse starts in Walking Dead. How true or not that is, you'd have to look it up. But I remember the comic book creator saying some crap like that at one point in time. The opening tune to The Outer Limits. Or do you mean the Twilight Zone, Bob? Because Outer Limits, I don't even remember the opening song to it. I just remember do not attempt to adjust your television. We control the vertical, the horizontal. We can show you what we want you to see, whether it be 2D or 3D. You're crossing boundaries into the outer limits. I remember the intro. I don't remember the theme song. And that wasn't the intro verbatim, by the way, guys. I'm sure I screwed a lot of that up. But I do remember, I don't remember the actual opening intro. Now, Twilight Zone, I absolutely remember that opening intro. You know, it's such an iconic intro. And it just repeat, and then all you'd hear is there is a door that is the key to imagination. Beyond it lies a boundary of sight, sound, imagination. Steve's like, I think he meant Hill Street Blues. I could not do the whole intro to Hill Street Blues. I just remember the saxophone in that song for some reason. I think it was a saxophone, right? I remember the one detective on that show that was just like everything was dirtbag. Don't move, dirtbag. And I can't remember the detective's name. But yeah, he was like the tough guy from like the Bronx or something like that. I was in the Bronx. Tough. Hill Street Blues was actually a good show when it was out. Like I can kind of remember the tune for L.A. Law as well. But yeah, like Bob said, I'm correct. It was Twilight Zone, not Outer Limits. Twilight Zone is still one of my favorite. Actually, it's top three shows of all time for me. They every one of them makes you think. When you get to the end of it, it was the show that made my young brain realize that always look for the twist in everything. Like, meet Jimmy. Jimmy has just met this girl on the street. He's about to take a trip with her into the bedroom and possibly the Twilight Zone. And then Jimmy gets in there. They're having a whole date through the whole episode, but he's noticing odd things. Like, like, hey, excuse me, why is there a jock strap in your closet? Oh, don't mind that. It's nothing. It belonged to somebody I knew once. And then, the end, the twist is like he's laying there and she's like, finally, I will show you pleasures like you have never known. And takes off like the shirt and everything looks good. And then drops the pants. And all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, what is that thing? You're not part of the Rhino people. What is going on with this? You're not supposed to have that kind of thing. Dee 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 dee. Poor Jimmy lost his anal virginity in the Twilight Zone. Yeah, Stranded. Please be careful at work. If the work environment really is like that, which I'm sure you're not exaggerating, please be careful because they don't give a crap about your safety. Next on the Twilight Zone. Next time on Twilight Zone. Just imagine if they ever did a Twilight Zone episode back in the day and it was like about a billionaire who became president and like was supposed to start a whole bunch of wars but ended up ending them all and bringing the world to peace. And then he loses re-election and then comes out for his next, run at trying to get back in office and everything. And a gunman shoots him and kills him on stage in a place called Butler, Pennsylvania. And then Martians show up and rewind time, or a man witnessing it named Compatore. Basically, like he ends up falling into a rift into the Twilight Zone, goes back in time when all that happens, and flashes the light off his cell phone at the shooter's eye at the last second, and it makes the bullet miss Trump and hit him instead. That would be an interesting episode of the Twilight Zone, in my opinion. Like, shit like that could definitely be interesting. I know they've done episodes where they had people go back in time or, get stuck in the future. There was one where they were on like a wagon train and a guy goes over the hill and ends up in the future and he goes to this like little town or whatever and it's like modern day for then, so what, the 1950s, 60s, goes into like this little mom and pop store and all this, and the doctor comes in to examine him because they think he's just a nutcase and he's carrying this old musket and everything. And the whole thing was he went to go get help. His daughter's very sick and dying, and the doctor ends up giving him antibiotics or whatever. And he takes him back over the hill. Like he escapes when the cops show up to grab him. He escapes. He gets back over the hill and disappears. And the doctor's like, "What did you say that man's name was?" And it turned out it was like a guy who developed this antibiotic in the past that ended up saving everybody that was on the wagon trail. I don't know what's going on. My chat crapped again. I am looking at like you guys are talking all kinds of smack and I can't even see it. That was so Stranded. The name of that episode, if I remember correct, is called "Time Enough at Last," and it was Burgess Meredith, and he's like in the library, and I can't remember how he escapes the atomic bomb, but he does. And he comes back out and he goes to the library. The library's all like smashed up or whatever, but he's picking them. He's like, books, books. I finally have enough time to read them all. And then drops his glasses and breaks them. That's a fantastic classic Twilight Zone episode. I always loved, there's one, it was, what's it called? I always want to call it It's a Wonderful Life, but it's not. It's a good life. I want to say it's called, and it's basically like this little boy, and with his imagination, he can imagine anything. And the little boy is played by Billy Mummy, and the little boy's name is Anthony. And like he like takes the entire town basically hostage. Anything that angers him, he like destroys it or mutilates it or does terrible things to it with his imagination, and like including people that try to attack him, stuff like this. He'll turn him into like he turns one guy into a jack in the box, and his head's like bouncing on a spring. And they always tell him like if he does something like that, wish it away to the cornfield, wish it away to the cornfield, and he does. And the show literally ends with the kid in complete control still of the town and everything else. And then in either the 90s or the early 2000s, they revitalized the Twilight Zone, and they did an episode called It's Still a Wonderful or It's Still a Good Life. And it was Billy Mummy had lost a good chunk of his powers, but he had a daughter who had the powers now. And like it's creepy. There you go, Stranded. That's exactly what it was. He was a banker or something, went down into the vault and would read on his lunch break, right? I couldn't remember how he escaped the bomb, but he was like the last man left, and he broke his glasses, and they were huge, like Coke bottom bottle glasses. Yeah, great episode. Burgess Meredith. Burgess Meredith was in there 3 or 4 times on the Twilight Zone. I always liked the one episode. It was called "A Pitch for the Angels." It was always interesting to me because death comes for the one guy, and he's like a street, like he sells like basically Timu crap for the time back then, and death comes for him, and he refuses to go with death, so death's going to take this little girl away instead. So then he's like, wait, wait, wait. Let me pitch you this, and he makes him makes death because he's pitching, and he's selling him all this different stuff, and he pitches and doing these sales pitches to him until the time expires past 12 midnight when Death was supposed to take the little girl, and Death's like all mad about it, and he's like, well, look, take me instead then. Let the little girl live, take me instead, and then you still make your quota. And Death was like, okay. And it was just amazing. What is going on with that? Like Stranded said a couple different things. I can see it on the small screen, can't see it on the big screen. I am something that's weird as all get out. I don't know what is going on, and I'm gonna need my dang other tablet so I can see color up close and personal when I start getting into this stuff. Make sure that's muted. But yeah, what was it like? Did you guys have like a favorite one? Favorite episode of the Twilight Zone? Like, will the real Martian stand up? Please stand up was always an interesting one with the bus. And the bridge was out, and they have to pull over at this diner, and then the cop shows up, and it's like, one of you is a Martian. Yes, the one with the masks was a great one too, where because it showed how ugly they were on the inside. And then when they take their masks off at midnight, all their faces are exactly what the masks were. Like they're all deformed and ugly. You know what? Now that you mention that, I'm not sure if it was Vincent Price. It might have been. It very well could have been Vincent Price who played the father. That stuff is, like I said, Twilight Zone, amazing stuff. But yeah, the real Martian, please stand up. They're thinking everybody's a Martian, and they're accusing each other all this. Then all of a sudden they get the call that the bridge is up. They all get on the bus, and then one of the guys comes back into the restaurant, and he's talking to the guy behind the counter, and he's like, "Yep." He's like, "All of them are dead." Turns out that the bridge wasn't fixed. The Martian, went and manipulated the radio for that phone call. That the bridge was back up, and he's like, "Yeah, the Martian warship should be here soon." And he revealed that he had an extra arm hidden under his jacket, and he's drinking his coffee with it and all that kind of stuff. And I want to say smoking a cigarette too for some reason. And then the guy behind the counter is like, "Oh no, I think those warships are going to be intercepted by the Venetians. You see, we had the same plan and we got here a lot sooner than you." And he like lifts his hat up and he's got a third eye on his forehead, and his hat was covering it. The guy and the wife with the broken glass. Is that the one where they wish for like all the lottery money? And then the IRS shows up and is like, "Yeah, you got all this money, but you didn't pay any taxes on it," and they end up broke again. And I can't believe you haven't seen many of the Twilight Zone charade. Those things they're fantastic. Like if you ever get a chance, and matter of fact, is it sci-fi? I think it might be. And granted, none of us have like cable anymore, so I don't even know why the hell I'm saying that. But I want to say it's Sci-Fi Channel runs a Twilight Zone marathon every New Year's, like New Year's Eve and into New Year's Day, and they show almost every episode. They don't show all of them. There's a couple. There's one that up until recently was banned for a while, and that had George Takai. Oh my! And playing Sulu. The guy who played Sulu, and this other guy, and they find this chest, and in it is stuff memorabilia from World War II, and the spirits of the soldiers possess the two people in the room, and like they fight it out, but they saw it as bad taste, so they stopped replaying it until just recently. I mean, if you've got a Twilight Zone channel, it's a good possibility, but check them out. Like, so the modern Twilight Zones weren't all that great. As a matter of fact, they tried to do one a couple years ago, and it was just the hottest garbage that you've ever seen. And the reason why is because Jordan Peele had done Get Out or whatever, and they put him in charge of it. And it was just like, bro, like, why are you going with these crap scripts when I'm sure there's good scripts out there that you could read or, watch or whatever? And it just, one of them dealt with legitimately toxic masculinity. It was the solution to the problem was toxic masculinity. And it was just stuff like that. Like it was super woke. It was not good. It was not in the spirit of what the old Twilight Zone was, because the old Twilight Zone was social commentary, but at the same time it was also fun, And this wasn't fun. This was more like, "Oh, you hit me over the head with that one. Thank you for letting me know what your message is." The Shatner version. The Gremlin looked better, of course, in the Lithgow version, but the Shatner version is just so iconic and classic with the big old furry like abominable snowman looking gremlin on the wing. I think I actually have the Funko Pop for that too for some reason. Steve Gooley. Well, yeah, you had that. Do you guys remember? You used to have. There's a Billy Bob guy. I can't remember what his name was. Billy Bob Briggs. Does that sound correct to everybody? But you used to have him who did that. You had Elvira. Elvira is actually one of the originators of that whole like on TV monster movie, like B monster movie kind of genre thing. They'd show like the old films. Um, you had Elvira, Rhonda Up All Night. She had a lot of those B movies on too. I don't think they were always horror. Yeah, matter of fact, on YouTube, there's a show. There's actually one that's called Creature Features, and there you can actually see Devin on that show. She's on that show actually. But Creature Features, they show like old movies and stuff like that. And one guy's like supposed to be like a retired rock star. Maybe he actually is. I don't know. But that show was all right. It was fun. The chat's kind of fun too. Like a lot of the jokes and stuff everybody tells. Everybody MST 3Ks it in there, and that's on YouTube. I think they do every Friday, Saturday, like right after ABL. They do their shows, and that's one of those. They continued in that same vein. I'm trying to remember. There was other like Rhonda Up All Night. I remember that. I want to say it was Billy Bob Briggs. That was like TBS or TNT for some reason. They were all on cable channels, but they were like those late night horror hosts. And I mean, of course, you got to also say MST3K. They definitely some of the episodes of that are just classic. Some of them are terrible, but some of them were really funny. Wait, why are you saying I'm so sweet? I always thought you were. What was her name? What is the girl's name? It's not Angelica. It's oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. Devin, you got to catch me up. What is the girl's name on that show? It looks just like you. That one will drive me nuts. Tangela, that's it, or Tangela. Yeah, first time I saw her, I was like, oh, look, it's Devin. Yeah, the maintenance guy at the end of the second one, that was fantastic. The way they did the Gremlin too was great. Honestly, out of everything in that Twilight Zone, the movie, the one that caught me the most off guard, that freaked me out the most when I was, especially when I was a kid, had seen that because I think that came out in like 82 or 83 for some reason. I just remember being very young, like 10 years or less, in age, was the actual opening to the Twilight Zone with Dan Aykroyd, where he's in the car and he's talking to, is that Albert Brooks? I think it's Albert Brooks. He's talking to, and they're naming off their favorite Twilight Zone episodes, and then Dan Aykroyd goes, "You want to see something really scary?" And like he turns around and he's like the blue ghoul thing, and like takes the guy out, like does the cat roar and takes him out. That always creeped me out. That always freaked me out when I was a kid. It was just out of nowhere. Like, oh, what a twist. Like, oh, you want to see? Would you like to see something really scary? But yeah, the one that because it was Michael Landis, I want to say who directed that. The one in the Twilight Zone movie, the first one where the guy like he's racist and anti-Semitic and all this kind of stuff, and then ends up going back in time and like having to live through everybody's experience. The guy who was on set with that, there was a scene they were filming at night with a helicopter was supposed to come in and all this other stuff, and the helicopter something happened. It hit like it either had a malfunction, hit a gaff, something, but the helicopter ended up crashing. And I think it's Vic Morrow is the actor's name. You guys have to check me on that one. But I think it was Vic Morrow, and the helicopter ended up crashing, killing him and both the children. Yeah, Elvira. You gotta love Elvira though. Mistress of the Dark. True story. With my wife when we were in actually grade school, she went as Elvira because she developed early, and yeah, she looked like Elvira. Good old Cassandra Peterson. The wife definitely went as her when we were kids. Not me. I always had like I never got the cool costume. I always had my mom didn't love me. So I always got like the trash bag costume with the plastic mask of like Chewbacca or Han Solo or Luke Skywalker or something or Darth Vader. I always had that you guys know what I'm talking about, the old costumes. Where it's like a trash bag that went over the front of you and it had whatever on the front of it. That usually like yellow background behind it. They had them for all the different like Star Wars was always a big one. I can't remember dude's name. There was one guy we knew who was like he was that kid that was like a big, yeah, like always muscular and oversized and bigger than everybody else. And I can't. His first name was George, and I can't remember his last name. But good old George, he painted himself all green one year and dyed his hair green and went as the Hulk with just like the old Lou Ferrigno Hulk, and he looked like him. Like it was crazy. That was a fun one. Halloween is definitely that special time of year though when you can be somebody else. And I don't know why everything for a while there had turned into, well, if I want to be somebody else, I'm going to be a slutty version of name your profession. I'm a slutty fireman. I'm a slutty nurse. I'm a slutty, this, that, or the other. I was always like, damn, like you couldn't come up with something good. Like, why is everything slutty now? I mean, granted, when I was younger, I didn't mind the costumes, but at the same point in time, it was just like you lack imagination. I think the worst was when When the Dark Knight came out, everybody went as the Joker for Halloween. I was like, damn it, like this sucks. Like everybody did the Joker for Halloween, and like some of them were good, some of them were like, what are you doing, my guy? You don't even look like the Joker. You're like 400 pounds. Why would you go as the Joker? You look like the Joker who ate the Joker who ate that other Joker. Like, what's going on here? You were a red shirt ensign. That's awesome. Stranded. And what do you mean? I would have been a good restaurateur. I don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I would have been good. Like, I definitely learned all the bar culture and all that, and everything that happens with the food behind the scene. Actually, to tell you the truth, Steve, now that you say that, I probably could have run and operated a bar pretty well. I did like being my a job I worked at for a good chunk of my life. If I owned the bar, I probably could have run it well. Like it would have been definitely one of those hangout places where everybody would have wanted to go. It would have been fun. I definitely DJ'd a bunch of Halloween parties, which is always interesting. For whatever reason, well, I know the reason because the main DJ always got his somebody would pay him extra money. Oh, skip that bar and come to this one. So I'd get the backup call like, yo, man, can you be here in like an hour to DJ? Yeah, I can do that. I'll keep the girls dancing all night. Yeah, you know what, Bob? I think there was a point in time where I would have drank it all myself. Now I would have been like Sam Malone on Cheers. Like I don't drink anymore, all that kind of stuff. I would have been amazing at it. My big thing was, and shout out to my old boss, Mr. B. He he always told me a long time ago. He's like, if you ever get into this business, know this much: you'll never retire as long as you have thieves working for you. He's like, I could have retired like 10 years ago if I didn't have thieves working for me because bartenders giving away drinks, people stealing food, people stealing stuff out of the till. Like he had been through it all. And he was just like, yeah, there's a lot of theft in this business. He's like, it's not everybody, but there's enough of them, especially on the front end, the bartenders and stuff, who think they're more important than the actual business itself or the place itself, that they feel underappreciated, or oh, I didn't get make enough tips this week. He goes, next thing you know, they're looting people or they're giving away alcohol to get better tips, and they don't give a shit about my end of the business. They just care about what's going in their pockets. And he wasn't wrong. I definitely saw a lot of thievery. I mean, Sam Malone was strictly beer business when it came to the beer part of it, but Sam Malone was also, in hindsight, now that I think about it, he could have gotten himself in a lot of trouble with the way he would hit on bartenders and stuff, specifically like Diane. That could have been a big downfall. I always loved what's her name, Rhea Perlman, her character on Cheers. She was always like my favorite because she was just, I knew waitresses that were like that, just like no bullshit, like not even playing around a little bit. In my opinion, they kind of ruined that character a little bit when they had her marry the hockey guy. What was his name? Eddie, I think. That show was great. You did have Cliff Clavins that would come into the bar. You would have all that kind of craziness. Yeah, you opened. Yeah, I mean, there was definitely times when I would show up at the pub and I'd be there from open till close till after hours and stuff. And I was only, God, I was like 17, 16 at that time. Yeah, I mean, Tom Cruise definitely did that thing. Anytime I was on in a house with hardwood wood floors, I would have to take off, go to my socks, and go sliding across them. Like he definitely, I think, inspired everybody to do that. That movie, Devin Risky Business. But yeah, back on track a little bit. So you guys aren't, like Bob said, like he had problems with this email. What other kind of craziness have you guys seen lately? Anything in your lives that just seems like not just unusual, but just yeah, I don't remember this happening and it happened. Stuff like that. Just odd occurrences. Have you witnessed paranormal activity? Has a succubus come to visit you in your bed? Call us now. We're ready to believe you. Yes. Yeah, they were married. I don't know if they're still currently married, but yes, they were married. Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman were. And Danny DeVito, I think my first introduction to him was actually, and he's hysterical on It's Always Sunny. But my actual introduction to Danny DeVito was Taxi, that old show Taxi with Christopher Lloyd, well, no, Ronaldo, what's his name? Judd Hirsch, Danny DeVito, Tim Conroy or Conway, is it Tim Conway? Tony Danza. Like I don't know if they're still married. They might have divorced, but they definitely were married. But yeah, Taxi. That show was great. Like, and Andy Kaufman was on there, and the chick who played opposite of him, she's on Star Trek. What is it? Strange New Worlds now. She plays like a head engineer or whatever. But like Lodka was Andy Kaufman's name on there. That was fantastic. Dude, the theme song, yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Na, 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 na. It was like some Kenny G shit, like it, but it was good. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. Like, granted, TV now is dead anyway, for the most part. Like, it's definitely seen its day, but there were so many good shows back then that it's a shame that we don't see stuff like that now. Taxi, Hill Street Blues. What about Mash? Mash had. I mean, granted, now if you've seen the movie, you knew the song was called "Suicide Is Painless," right? And there's actual lyrics too, like Through early morning light, I see reflections of what used to be. Right? Like that song. But the song that they did on the show, they cut the lyrics, but the music was amazing. Like that was one of those songs where you hear it and you automatically know what you're watching. This doesn't feel right to me. Red, green, red. So that means right here would be green, not red. I'm painting the wrong color. Let me look. And I do have Freddy's name spelled wrong too, by the way. I gotta fix that real quick. I thought it was KRU. It is. Yeah, yeah, Jim. Yeah, Christopher Lloyd. They, I remember when his dad died, and his dad was like supposedly like a huge obese guy, and he's like, "My dad left me his pants," and like he holds them up, and there's like you could fit like three of them in there, like three Christopher Lloyds in the pants. Okay, yeah, that whole bend in the arm is all green. So let me do this backwards real quick. We are red here. Just get the red marks where they go. And we are red here. That is green. Green going in. Yeah, that whole stripe is green. It's just wrinkled. That's why it looks like it. Damn. Yeah, yeah, it did run longer than the entire Korean War. And having watched, I've seen every episode of MASH, I want to say two or three times. Because it would always come on late night and I would always just watch it. Um, Same thing with Three's Company, though. Anytime Three's Company, like if I'm skipping around or, used to, I don't do it. It's such a shame. Like that's one of those things that streaming and the internet is taken away from me. I'm not going to sit down and watch episode after episode of Three's Company. In a way, I kind of want to make my own TV channel and just make it like 70s and 80s shows, right? Like old classics. You'd never get the licensing. Well, you'd have to pay through the nose for the licensing to reshow them. But like one episode, two episodes of like Three's Company together, then maybe two episodes of MASH, two episodes of that, kind of like the old school, like not the main dial, like 3 6 10. In most places, like ABC, NBC, CBS, not those channels, but the little off dial UHF channels, like do that kind of thing. The one that I didn't understand the impact of it when I was a kid. The Blake's plane going down was terrible. And that's when they got Potter in, right? He's who replaced Blake, if I remember correctly. The one that always jacked me up was where Alan Alda, Hawkeye, is talking to the one psychiatrist doctor. And I didn't understand when I was a kid exactly what happened. I'm like, why is he crying over a chicken? And then you find out later on that the North Koreans were getting close to him, and the lady didn't quiet a chicken because the chicken was clucking. it was a baby that was crying that she finished. That she put down. She like smothered the baby so they didn't get caught. And that messed me up. Like when I was older, I understood, but when I was a kid, I was like, I don't understand why is he all bent out of shape over a chicken? And even when they revealed it when I was a kid, it still didn't sink in. Like, oh, this is what it was. But watching it back when I was an adult, I was like, oh shit, yeah, I guess that would mess you up pretty damn good. Like you told this lady keep it quiet, keep it quiet, keep it quiet, and it turned out it was a baby and she smothered it. Like you're like, oh, no wonder he's like having a mental breakdown. Hot Lips Houlihan just passed away recently too. Loretta Swit, I think her name is. She just passed away not long ago this year, and I don't even think anybody saw anything or said anything. I don't even think I said anything about it. But yeah, I had definitely seen she had passed away, I think this year. Yeah, and you're right, Devin. That whole because it's not just one episode; it's like through a bunch of episodes. And like I said, as a kid, you're just like, I don't understand. Like, I want to see Hawkeye cracking jokes and joking around and all this stuff. Like, I don't think the actual severity of what was going on with them being a mash unit actually sunk in when you're a little kid. Like, but as an adult, yeah, watching it, you're like, ooh, yeah, that is one of those horrors of war, I'm sure. But it was a fantastic show. After Mash, not so much. Did Alan Thicke die? What was the name of that show with Kirk Cameron? Him. I keep wanting to say it's Family Matters. That's the one with Urkel and all that stuff. Um, what is the name of it? Family, not Family Ties. That's Michael J. Fox. What was it? Like I can even hear the theme song in my head. Can we trade out Alan Thicke, get him back, and then get rid of the guy who did Blurred Lines? Like that guy. Can we trade out those two? I think that was his son, right? Can we get the dad back? Tired of hearing, hey, hey, hey. No, that was, it's Bad Albert. You keep messing with me, I'm gonna bust the cap up in that ass. Mushmouth, go hustle that motherfucker down for some loots. I need some hamburgers. Growing Pains. There you go. That's the name of the show. And Bob really met Alan Alda in real life, and he's an asshole. He was good. He played like I want to say was it director of national intelligence or something like that on a show called The Blacklist with James Spader. He's pretty good in that role. I mean, if we're being honest here, that's part of the problem is never meet like some Hollywood actors are really really cool apparently, and then there's others that just they're they walk around their shit doesn't stink and they're above everybody else because they're famous and you're not. And yeah, there's some that are real good people and a good chunk of them that are just assholes apparently when you meet them in real life. But I mean that's everything really, isn't it? Like I'm sure you guys met me in real life, you'd be like, yeah, that guy's a dick. Why were you even listening again? Like I mean, there's a lot of people that say that now, and all they're doing is listening. Yeah, I mean there is that too, Mister. There is that. I can tell you guys one guy I met that was actually very nice, very cool. No issue with him at all. Like as a matter of fact, I was like, "Oh my god, you're you're actually Tom Berenger," and he's like, "Well, yes, I am." I'm like, "It's nice to meet you." He shook my hand. Nice to meet you too. So anyway, over here is where your is located. This is what you're looking for. I got you, man. He was like, he was a nice guy, like just doing his stuff. Um, a matter of fact, somebody in line getting rung up. He was behind them and getting rung up, and it was this young black dude, and he was just like, "Yo, man, I know you from somewhere." He's like, "Yo, I know you from somewhere," and he was like behind him, and Tom Berenger's like, "Huh, where do you know me from?" And like he's like, "I don't know, but man, you look so familiar to me," and all this kind of stuff. Tom Berenger buys his stuff. He goes, "Well, have a nice day," and he walks out of the store, and the kid's still going off about it. And we all watched the interaction. We knew it was Tom Berenger. But I'm like, have you ever seen the movie Major League? He's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, have you ever seen the movie Sniper? He's like, yeah. How about Platoon? He's like, nah, I never saw that one. I'm like, yeah, Tom Berenger. That's who you were just talking to. He is actually a famous. He's like, oh, shit. I need his autograph and goes running out in the parking lot. And he was already gone. Rode off on his bike. Yeah, that's terrible, Bob. But yeah, good to see you too, Mister. Like you come in, figure you hit us with with a sunny shun, like some kind of funny line. I guess you're here for more than a drive by tonight. Definitely happy to see that you. I know you're on the road and traveling and all that, and happy to see you're out and about and everything's going good for you. At least it appears that way anyway. I could be completely wrong and everything sucks, but have you had any weird stuff on your travels going on, Mister, lately? Like odd things. Does everything, and I'm not telling you to analyze it scientifically, but have things felt off for you lately too? Strange occurrences, glitches in the matrix, so to speak. Chicago's Dennis Farina. You got anything to declare? Yeah, don't go to fucking England. I love Dennis Farina. Um, yeah, Keanu Reeves apparently is one of the nicest people you could ever meet in real life. Like, I mean, just an actual sweetheart. Like, good dude, good heart, everything else. really good guy. Kanunu Reeves. Supposedly Tom Cruise is too isn't really a dick in real life. Like he's supposedly a decent guy. Chris Evans as well, along with what's his name, Chris Pratt. Supposedly like really nice guy. Get Shorty. Get Shorty was all right. I'm sure like John Travolta strikes me as the type that would be a complete dickhead when you meet him. I'm sure Danny DeVito is probably like really nice guy if you met him. Probably very very funny in person. Thank you very much, Mister. Because I was just about to ask you what the hell is ITAR. I'm like, what? Wait, what's ITAR? Like, I knew I would have sounded like an idiot when I said that because I didn't know, but I didn't honestly know. Keanu and Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler is probably a really good dude to meet too. He seems like a genuine good person. That's actually awesome, Steve. Yeah, sorry, Mister. I honestly didn't know. I was going to ask you, and then you just like popped it out. I'm like, oh, thank you. I love it when you do that. When you explain it for somebody who's kind of a retard. Is that short for I tarded? Yeah, I mean that's like I remember one of the stories on the Marine when I was in Cherry Point, and they were telling me about how the base almost went kaboom because they make all kinds of munitions and all that stuff there, and somebody fucked up with one of the grenades, and the it was the gunny sergeant ran over, grabbed the grenade, told everybody get out of the building and run. He grabbed the grenade and took the fuse out. Like the fuse wasn't all the way in, and somehow it activated. And he pulled the fuse out and cupped it in his hands, apparently, and jacked his hands all up. But they said he saved everybody in the building that day. So yeah, I can understand because you had people that would fuck up on something like that in a munitions plant. You know, cool. Well, I appreciate you sending it because I had no clue. I had absolutely zero clue what the hell ITAR was. I tardy to the party, and I did not farty. Let's. All right. Let's hit these. So we are looking at red, red, green, red, green. Yeah, and then red here. Everything else opposite it is green. How did you not find Bigfoot in Idaho? You know, I know that was on your bucket list, mister, to meet Bigfoot and buy him a beer. By the way, if you ever meet Bigfoot, his name is actually Harry, and he's good friends with John Lithgow. Just saying, man. Just a heads up on that one. So, you know, make sure you call him by his first name if you meet him. He apparently appreciates that. Like you calling him Mr. Bigfoot, that's insulting to him, from what I understand. Or sassy, like Mr. Sassy Squatch. Apparently, both those names bother him for some reason. Just make sure of something here. Make sure the bands match. Right. So yes, that is. Damn, it was still wet. Yeah, that would be. That's red. Yeah. That's green. Yeah. Red. Yeah. Green. Red. No, that's not correct. Red. Green. Red. Green. Red. Okay. So that would have been an issue. Same thing with this arm. I'm actually looking at the picture they took this from. Red, green, red, green, red. Well, no, because that's red. Green. Is there a break somewhere in there? Red. I'm not the red here. Nope, because that's green. Red. That should be green, though. I'm just going to make that a fat red, I guess. Yeah, because it goes red, green, red, green, red, green, red. Yeah, and that's all one piece going across the back. Green, red, 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 green, red. Yeah, that's all correct. Shit. It's like they missed a line somewhere in here where this looks like it should be like this red should come back here like it is. Speaking of which, get back there more. Should come back to here. Green, red, and then it goes to green. Why is that arm, that green, so fat? Green, red. Almost like it's like they missed a stripe somewhere on this arm. Hey, Maddie, what's up? How are you? How's everything going out in Utah? I'm sure it's just a boring day out there. Good to see you. Yeah, seriously, I got a reboot. like there's definitely a glitch in there somewhere because if I follow the color pattern, it doesn't line up with the actual sweatered pattern, but it also doesn't like here. Look, I can show you. So if you look, here's a sweater patterning, right? Red, green, red, green, red, green, right, all the way through. I'm looking at this arm, right where this, right where this comes out. That should be red. That little stripe should be green. Should go red in here, but it's like there's a section of green where there should be a line right where my thumb is. Should be green. So it should be like a very short stripe or a very thin stripe of red and then green, but there's no break between this. It almost feels like I should take this and do this with a line here and then just nail it. Nail like a green stripe in here, go red there, back to green. As a matter of fact, that's probably how I'm going to end up painting it. I mean, are you shocked by that? That Idaho's more boring than Utah? You're talking about, don't they just grow potatoes out in Idaho? Isn't there anything else? Like, was there anything to see while you're out there? But yeah, talking about bombs, Bigfoot, Medi, is anything weird going on? Like anything, any glitches in the Matrix, or odd things happen lately to you? I mean, odder than tuning into this stream and hearing us talk about bombs and Bigfoot. Ladies and gentlemen, our roving reporter Rebel, and with the news. Anything new and exciting out there, Reb? Like other than Donald Trump saving TikTok apparently for all the American youth to develop ADHD immediately. My whole existence is weird. I can understand that sentiment. We we can all kind of identify with that. Well, for me, like an example of a glitch. So, like something simple, like Bob had issues with his email, right? Out of nowhere, his email just stopped working, fired back up. Um, for me, I got done streaming last night, and like I said, it might have been I was tired, stuff like this. But I swear, I saw a ghost, and I saw it like I saw something move, and I swear it had blonde hair, and I also saw my old dog for like a split, not even a split second, like a fraction of a second, just moved down the hallway out of my eyesight where it freaked me out, and I ran and like, hey, are you okay to my wife? Making sure she was all right. But weird shit like that. Everybody's kind of following the Charlie Kirk case. But what is there really to follow? Because most of the stuff is either speculation, bullshit. People will come up with theories and then they get debunked pretty out of hand, pretty fast. Things like this. Yeah, and that's just it. Like Rebel said, there's so much speculation. The one thing I can say is I am super disappointed in like our FBI to an extent because there's stuff they could have done and stuff they should have put out and debunked immediately and been like, yeah, he wasn't shot from behind. We found no entrance wound in the back of the body, stuff like just address it like immediately and kill stuff out of the narrative. Yeah, I didn't even discuss that one, but I did see he got like didn't a grand jury indict him on 2 counts? I don't know the whole story with it, Reb, but I know it was something to do with like he got indicted for 2 counts by a grand jury, which that's going to be real interesting. See how that all shakes out. What was the other thing that happened? I'm trying to think. There was something else that happened. I know Trump signed the executive order for TikTok, which was interesting. Have a good one, Paul. Maybe tomorrow night I'll get you in the chat. We can chat it up like we used to. All right. You have yourself a good one. Oh, nothing will happen to him, huh? So just 2 counts of perjury. That's all. I mean, that's nothing. That is nothing. I swear though, there's another story that I've completely like just memory hold for some reason, or has escaped my mind. Hmm. That probably makes sense why I don't know the whole story behind it, but I know I had seen for some reason I saw, and you're right, it was kind of right before I went live that he had been indicted. James Comey, the former head of the FBI, Medi. That's who got nailed. I think the stream just glitched for a second there. I did hear the FBI is trying to get them to close the investigation. And I is it because you have so many cooks in the kitchen that it's going to muddy the waters, or is it the FBI doesn't want something out? Like, what's the deal with that? Anybody have any kind of insider baseball knowledge on that crap? Yeah, Mister's got it in one. It would be from the Russia Gate, everything going on with that. So if he went before Congress and lied, that's perjury. I mean, now granted, right, Judge? Like Rebel said, he's just going to walk out of it. They'll look at his time of service for the FBI, all that stuff, and let him off. Well, Medi, you got to remember, and granted, you got to think back when the whole Russiagate stuff came out. They brought him into Congress and made him testify on the record. And if he lied at all in that testimony, and they caught it and found out new evidence, like he failed to disclose things that he was supposed to disclose, that would technically be considered perjury. I don't know. I'd have to actually read the indictments. Well, I mean, technically, Comey, like, he helped Hillary Clinton to an extent, but he screwed her at the same time when it came to that election. Because what was that? A couple days before the election, he's like, "Oh yeah, her email server was completely deleted, but we're exonerating her. We're going to take her at her word or something." We don't see where she did there was any wrongdoing where we could bring about legal prosecution for deleting all the emails, which I'm pretty sure now we know those emails either revolved around Benghazi or something to do with the Steele dossier and the fact that her team paid for it, that the funding for it came from her campaign. So, you know, that it could be either one of those things. I mean, if Cash Patel's to be believed, then they locked down, they screwed everything up. Like they locked away a bunch of information in a room, and when they were moving the building, he found this whole room full of all kinds of different crap. So who knows what was in that room? They never said like, "Oh, we found all this evidence of, oh, Pizzagate was a real thing." None of that. They just he just said they found like a whole room full of like this evidence that had never been brought to light, and a bunch of people were going to jail for it, and it proves different people lied, were in on narratives, but he never said exactly what any of that evidence was. And that was on Joe Rogan like 2 or 3 months ago, I want to say. Like I don't know. Me personally, I do not trust Cash Patel. See, Medi, that's one of those things, right? That's definitely one of those speculations. Like Rogue, that was just in here. Most people I know that are hunters and all that stuff have all said the same thing about if it were a 30-06 that hit him, it would have blown straight through, and there was no evidence it blew straight through. Like as a matter of fact, Candace Owens has even said she saw the camera shots from the back that the guy took the memory card from, and there is no gore, no blood, no nothing. So that tells me A, that the bullet didn't penetrate all the way through, because I went and found, videos that I kind of can unsee, but I watched quite a bit of them just to see what happened when somebody got hit in the neck. Not from that exact angle, but hit in the neck with something around the caliber of that bullet, and every one of them blew right through. My problem, I was saying this earlier, Candace, I like she's asking questions, but she kind of bothers me at the same time. Not everything's Israel. Not everything is, like this crazy ass conspiracy either. But, she's at least asking questions and trying to get receipts. So I respect her for that one. But at the same point in time, she's also kind of profiting off her friend's death at this point. And that I don't like. Like I get it, some scumbag like Destiny profiting off Charlie Kirk's death, but not somebody that is his. You know, he was like my brother. He was there when I met my husband and all that shit. Like that's. I wouldn't even want to be talking about my friend's death. Like I don't like talking about Guido dying. He died of a stroke. He didn't even die in a violent way. You know, it still bothers me. Dude, Steve, if you watch it, you got to go back like 5 episodes because when she first starts addressing it, right? It started off where she was talking about Charlie Kirk being offered $150 million from Netanyahu to lean towards Israel a little bit harder and all this other stuff. So she makes it, she never flat out says, like, oh, Israel did it, but she makes it feel and sound like Israel had a hand in it, right? And then that moves to somebody, there's actually a trap door in the stage and somebody under the stage might have shot him. Like it's all speculation. Like everything she's doing is just speculations. What the hell was that? That was fucking weird. That was something in the background just falling over randomly, by the way, guys. Medi, I'm telling you, like, I don't know what's going on, but maybe I'm going to die soon. Maybe this may be the last you hear of GAM. Because, like, I've been seeing weird shit. Definitely, like, feeling some kind of way lately. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm manifesting it myself. If I go, I go. I don't have control over that. That's I don't want to go, but sometimes you got to do things you don't want to do. I guess if if something does happen and something tragic like that did happen to me, just know that everybody make sure you investigate Mister. He might have had a hand in it. Just saying. See, Maddie, I believe that. I can believe that. I had I tell that story like right around Halloween about different ghosts that I've seen over my lifetime. Um, and yeah, I mean, I definitely I'm not doubting you. Like, it's definitely a possibility. But the whole thing is make sure you're asking yourself, and I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just saying make sure you're asking yourself, like, am I manifesting this? Is this what my imagination is, like I'm seeing shadow people, for example. Okay. Is it my mind playing a trick on me and doing what's known as pareidolia and making forming things that aren't actually there into something? Is it this? Is it that? Make sure you're always asking that question of yourself. Always gut check yourself, I guess is the best way of putting it. Because, okay, maybe it is a ghost. Maybe you're right. Maybe if you can find another explanation, you know, and then go with that, like run with that and play it out. Because that's part of the problem. It's like aliens. I want aliens to be real. I think that would be neat as shit to know that we're not the only intelligent life in this universe. Well, semi-intelligent life, I'd say. But at the same point in time, because I want it so bad, I also look at it with a very skeptical eye and try to debunk it at any turn because I don't want it to, like, am I manifesting results that fit my ideas, or am I actually looking at it from a more scientific perspective of like, okay, could this be anything else? I'm not going to call you crazy. I'm not going to say you're nuts either. Um, maybe you have I won't even call it a gift. Maybe you see things and it's the same way. Like, take my wife for example. She can see colors that I can't. She has extra cone or something like that in her eye. Like, it's actual science, but she can see a level of color I can't see. So when I paint something, often ask her like, "Yo, did I hit the colors on this right?" And she'll be like, "Nah, this is off by this shade. Try this," because she can actually see them. I can't, and most average people can't. It's something extra she has with her eyeballs. So people do have stuff like that. Maybe you're more sensitive to different inputs or things around you or what have you. But I can't tell you 1,000%. I'm not. I don't have science to back it. Well, I'm definitely not colorblind. Um, but I just, like I said, there's apparently an extra cone or something in the eyeball itself or on the optic nerve. I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works. But she can see colors that other people don't. And it's weird at times because she'll say, "Oh no, that's this hue," and you're like, "No, it's not." You're arguing it out, and then she'll actually pull out a color wheel and show you, "No, it's not that hue. You thought it was this hue, but it's actually this hue. It's actually this tint. It's actually this mix of color." And you're like, "Damn, how do you like?" And she's just like, "I can just see it." I have to eat like LSD in order to achieve those results. Yeah, I mean, see, so something like that, Maddie, right? And like I said, you're not nuts, but you also have to eliminate that possibility of a waking dream in your mind manifesting what you want to hear and see, which is, especially if there were people you really cared about or something. You have to eliminate, like that could be a possibility. You know what I mean? Don't look past the possibilities of something like that. It doesn't mean you're nuts. But you can find a different explanation other than, oh, I saw ghosts, right? And that's where I'm saying there's some stuff that I've seen where I can't. I can tell you about it, and you can call me a bullshitter all you want, but it doesn't change what I really saw or perceived or dealt with. Um, that kind of stuff. But I save those stories more when we're actually in October and seriously close to Halloween. I like getting into them then. Yeah, Bob, thanks. Thanks a lot, man. Now, she's tried to teach me the color wheel and everything else for when I'm painting. Like, this is what complements this. And I'm like, nah, I just look at pictures and whatever I see, I paint. Or I grab this tone and I'll mix tones till I figure out which pigment and mix of paint looks right going on. But yeah, I'm not painting the walls again. I'll tell you that much, Bob. Damn, dude, don't give her any ideas. And yeah, I mean that could be Maddie. You know what I mean? It could be you manifesting it. Things you want to see, things you want to hear, and that's just it. Especially when it's an emotional shock like that. It's a form of like post traumatic stress disorder, right? It's PTSD. And yeah, Mister said it. Keep an open mind, but not so open your brain falls out. And that's just it. Like, so the whole thing is that it's like, okay, well, then disprove it. And I can't completely disprove it. You might be 1,000% right. I could be 1,000% wrong. I can't disprove that stuff because I can't see through your eyes and know what it elicited from you. So you fell into depression then at that point. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. And I don't fault you for it either. I don't think that makes you a weaker person. It just makes you human. Different people, I've seen people deal with loss where they just laugh it off and it's not a big deal to them. And I've seen other people that become so melancholia or, develop melancholia, I guess they used to call it, but such severe depression that the entire world stops for them. Like they just crawl into a hole and pretty much die. So I've seen both ends of those spectrums. Um, and the only thing I can ever tell anybody that's going through something like that, one, I can't ever know what that loss meant to you. Two, because, I've lost people. And some people I bounce right back from, other people hit me a lot harder. But, the one thing I can say is that as time goes, you just never forget that person and remember the good, the bad, the ugly, everything with them. Be honest about it with yourself and just know they probably didn't choose to go, right? They had to go. And I'm sure that helps absolutely no one what I just said. Yeah, an accidental overdose, that's terrible too. That's actually one of the more awful ones. Um, Losing somebody to something like that, I've I've lost I've lost a couple to suicide, a couple to ODs. I've lost people to car accident. I've lost people to all kinds of gunshots. You name it. I get it, and I'm sorry. That's all I can say is I'm sorry that that you even had to go through it. Yeah, you got hit with yeah, with some severe depression. Then if you couldn't even get out of bed. Yeah, I know when my best friend died, all I did was contemplate it for like 4 or 5 days. Like I couldn't. I was still interacting. I was still doing everything, you know, and moving around and all that kind of stuff and functioning. But my brain was always thinking like, could I have done this? Could I have done? And I ultimately reached that conclusion of no, there's nothing you could have done. There's nothing you could have changed. He didn't want to leave this world, you know. It was just the way shit played, and there's nothing you can do to bring him back. Nothing. He's gone. But I didn't even. I shut down to a point where I didn't talk to anybody for yeah like 3, 4, 5 days. I couldn't. I was just my brain went into either rationing this or being rational and trying to figure out like okay what could I have changed, what could I have done different, did I notice any, that kind of thing, like what could I have done different to save my friend, say goodbye to him, and there was nothing I could have done. Medical science couldn't help him. I am definitely not by no stretch of the imagination even close to having enough medical knowledge to save somebody, let alone a full hospital with legitimately the best nurses, doctors, all that stuff, because his mother was a charge nurse at that hospital for a long time. And like people say that all the time. Oh, I got the best doctor. No, she actually knew the best doctors, specialists, everything, and they couldn't save him. So what the fuck is Joe? Like an asshole that can semi paint on the internet and talk a lot of shit. What can he actually do? And the answer is nothing. That's the logical conclusion. Well, that's the way this plays too, Medi. The older I get, the less men are left standing, less women are left standing. Um, you know, and I feel fortunate that I wake up every day. And sometimes you have to look at it that way too. Is hey, look, I'm still here. I'm still going, and I got to keep going because who's going to miss me when I'm gone? Sometimes you have to realize like they're gone, you're still here, and if you're religious, then and they were a good person, hey, they're in heaven. I'll see them again someday, right? If you're uh, an atheist, completely don't believe in anything, and then I know I'm not going to say this term because every time I do, Mister will correct me on it. So I will have Mister put in the correct term in the chat for you guys. And I always say it's agnostic, but that's not the actual correct term. And to this day, Mister, I've still not learned that term. So please type what agnostic actually is, what I'm talking about in the chat, please, because you and I've had this discussion. Yeah, I mean, you also, so I get, that's something that always keeps you going. That's good. You got something to hold on to, right? But the other part is you've also got to realize that you have to find it within yourself to keep going. And that's the harder part. Not because you're more important, not because of this, not because of that, right? Just you as a person have to keep going and growing and everything else because you never know what you're bringing to somebody else's life, whether it be happiness, sadness, joy, anger, whatever. You're bringing something into somebody else's life. So you have to keep going too. You can't just do it for somebody else. Sometimes you can use that as a crutch, but you have to resolve with yourself that I deserve to keep going as well. If that makes any sense. And that's just GAM armchair psychiatrist bullshit, I guess you could say. Just how I look at it. I have to keep going for some reason. Thank you, mister. There you are. Yeah, I appreciate that, dude. You've explained that to me like 4 or 5 times, and I always forget that it's basically atheism, but I always equate it to agnostic because I always say agnotism, like being agnostic. I don't know that there's something or what else is out there. I have no knowledge of it, but I do know there's something else. And you always say, no, that's being atheist because your atheism is actually the absence of religion, right? I'm thinking about it. Um, Steve, you had to bring up the Chips theme song, and I just thought about it, dude. That is a good theme song too. But what about the Fall Guy theme song? You want to talk about a banger from back in the day? Well, I'm not type to kiss and tell, but I've been seen with Farah. I've never been with anything less than a 9. So fine. I've been on fire with Sally Fields. What is it? I've been on fire with Sally Fields. Gone fast with a girl named Bo, but somehow they just don't end up as mine. Gnosticism or agnosticism, then is what it would be called, technically, mister. Goddamn, mister. You had to throw that one in there, didn't you? Way to ruin the song, buddy. I've been on fire with Sally Fields, gone fast with a girl named Bo, but somehow they just don't end up as mine. It's a death defying life I lead. I take my chances. I'll die for a living in the movies and TV. The hardest thing I'll ever do is watch my leading ladies kiss some other guy while I'm bandaging my knee. So, Steve, um, that was something Bean said actually last night. She said that in the movie Snake Eyes, I had to look it up because I haven't seen that movie with Nicolas Cage in a long ass time. But the guy's name was Charles Kirkland, right? If I can remember what I read last night, dude's name was Charles Kirkland in the movie. He was the head of the DOD, and they go to like a boxing match or something in Atlantic City, and he gets shot apparently in the throat and killed. And then it becomes a whole who done it. Oh yeah, 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 Mister. That's exactly the joke Mister just made. Yeah. So the yes. So the whole thing is they are referencing it to Charlie Kirk's murder in the movie. The guy is the head of the DOD. His name is Charles Kirkland, and apparently it is September 10th in the movie, and he gets shot in the throat. And people are doing like full breakdowns on the movie, like, "Hey, this movie predicted like Charlie Kirk was going to get shot on September 10th, basically." Do I have that right, Steve? Yeah. See, I don't know. I mean, Beans said it last night. Shout out to Beans. She said it was art or life imitates art. I think is the way she put it. I would have to let Beans speak for herself whenever she gets in here. Actually, she's late. Yeah. Yeah, Steven Crowder has a whole song that's like, and here's to you, Tyler Robinson. I hope you get raped in jail twice. Woo, woo, woo. I mean, it is craziness. is definitely crazy. The whole thing, like, I mean, you have those coincidences. Maybe that's a glitch in the matrix, huh? I'll tell you what, if shit's starting to play out like old movies, you better hope they that life doesn't imitate the movie The Sum of All Fears. I don't know. Yeah, like I said I'd see her tonight or whatever. I don't know if she was driving. I thought her and Six were supposed to go see Sleep Token. Shout out to Six. I thought that was like something the two of them were gonna do was go see him. I know she was saying something like that last night. I can't remember. She was on way late. Like it was like she didn't log off till like 4 or something in the morning, 3 or 4 in the morning. So 3 o'clock in the morning her time. All right. Yeah, I am gonna cut an extra, even though it's not cut into the damn model. I'm gonna cut this extra stripe in here somewhere, like here. Gonna be an ugly ass line, but it's whatever. Because that color pattern is off. Gonna drive me absolutely crazy unless I do that. Thank you for that clarification, Sheree. I wasn't entirely sure because the whole thing was I was building last night, so you're paying attention to the screen. You're kind of looking back and forth at chat, running around, doing crap, everything else. The gaming streams are definitely a lot harder to track everything said in chat. And that's why you are the greatest mods on these internets because you can tell me things like that. Say her name and she appears. We believe in beans. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so she's driving and doing the doing Uber. Okay, cool. Please keep your eyes on the road. You don't have to text. It's just good to know you're all right. I like, I'm maybe I'm being an asshole nowadays, but I do actually worry what happens with you guys. A lot of cases, it always worries me. Okay, so her trip's Tuesday. Wow, it's so apparently the weather in South Carolina tomorrow, where I'm at, it's going to be a whole 4 degrees cooler tomorrow. It's only going to be 87 degrees. Medi, that would be the definition of a glitch. When I'm using glitch, not in just an electronical sense, I'm or an electronic sense, where something shorts out or whatever. I'm using it in the sense of an occurrence that is beyond the norm, that is almost unexplainable. I mean, technically, you could call that, if you want to believe it was ghost that did it, then it would be a paranormal occurrence, but I call it a glitch. Mister, was his hair perfect? Yeah, man, Steve, I'm telling you, yeah, it must have been interesting for you hearing me go like, "Damn, we all miss Steve," and shout out to him, and hopefully everything's good where you're at, brother, and all that stuff, and being like, "Yeah, I can't answer." I mean, I saw Lon Chaney Jr. walking with with the Queen, Mister, and his and he was doing the Werewolves of London. Better stay away from him. He'll rip your lungs out, Jim. I'd really like to meet his tailor. Ooh, Werewolves London. Damn it! Now you got Warren Zevon stuck in my head. What was Warren Zevon's other hit? Wasn't it Lawyers, Guns, and Money? Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Yeah, like I said, Steve. You know, that was like it was concerning. Definitely concerning when Rebel drops by the show, says a couple words, maybe he's in the background listening right now, whatever. Pieces out. Okay. Rebel does that all the time. You were like, I'll see you, I'll see you on there tomorrow or whatever. And then tomorrow came and you weren't there, and it was like, oh shit. Like, yeah, like I said, I don't know if it's just sitting on this end of the microphone or whatever and watching chats and all that stuff, but I usually can tell when somebody's MIA. Sometimes I address it, sometimes I don't. Some people stay in for like 90% of the show. Some people come in and then fade out, and that's fine. I'm just happy that, even if you just check in here and there, like, hey, man, I'm good. You're just an asshole and I'm tired of listening to you. I'm all right with that, too. As long as we know you're good. Like, usually with Mister, I assume that he is traveling. Unless I don't hear from him for like, like if he didn't show up for like a week straight, I'd be like, all right, where the fuck's Mister? But he's got a little bit different schedule than everybody else, so there's that leniency. Beans is usually 8:45 to 9 o'clock is usually when she chimes in, unless she's working or doing something else, and just listening in the background, and like, yeah, I don't feel like active, being active in chat or whatever. Different people have different patterns, and you pick up on them after time, I guess. Wow, you got security system in like actual cameras in the house, Maddie. I don't even have that. I've got them on the outside of the house. Um, and then I have two of them that are like nanny cams that I can dial into from my phone that get turned on when I leave the house. and that's for the dog, so I can monitor the dog, and like if he's doing something crazy, I can yell at him or whatever through the camera. Like I can actually do the audio. But yeah, I don't have money, and I don't have mounted cameras on the inside of my house. Mister, I can understand that. That's a reasonable explanation too, because I know with my place, if the say I change out the air filter for because I do it every the first of every month for my AC unit because it's a single filter unit. I'll hear like a bang in the middle of the night sometimes and realize like, oh, I didn't seat the filter correctly. So when the AC kicks on, it sucks the filter in and then we'll drop it. It's freaked me out a couple times though. I was like, what the hell's that bang? You know, that kind of thing. Okay, that's fair, Maddie. How big's I mean, if you don't mind me asking, how big is the house? Mine's 2,700 square foot. And like, I mean, granted, it's all one floor because I'm in South Kakalaki and the ground. Honestly, you shouldn't have a two-story house down here because that shit'll sink into the swamp. But, um, I don't know how big the house is. Yeah, that is good in case of break-ins. Hopefully, you also have a self-defense armament somewhere within reach in case somebody breaks in, especially if you're not, I don't know your status, single, married or anything like that, but in case you're on your own, so you can at least defend yourself in case of home invasion. Unwanted guests, we'll call them, and you have to show them the way out, usually in the back of a coroner's truck. But, I don't know. Three floors, six bedrooms, 4.5, but it doesn't tell me the square footage. I've seen that's it sounds like it's probably 3,500 square foot then at that point. I'm going to guess. It also depends, like how big your kitchen is, how big the living room, if you've got what's known as a Carolina. Well, I guess you technically call it a den, but a Carolina room, stuff like that. I mean, it could be anywhere from 35 to 4,500 square foot, depending. 4,800 square foot. Okay, yeah, I could understand having cameras there because it would take you a good few minutes to get from one end to the other or downstairs to the other end of the house where you're hearing something. So yeah, I can understand that at that point. That's a very nice size house. Very big for just two people too. Like I look at my house sometimes and I'm like, it's just me and my wife now. This is a little big, but I love the damn house and wouldn't trade it. It's home. I mean, if you don't mind dogs, you might even want to move Steve Kerfuffle in. He won't even you just let him live rent free, and he'll defend the property with his dogs. It's a solution that could work for everybody. Just saying. Give me 1 second. I gotta speaking of dogs, I gotta walk mine. He's whimpering in the background. I will be right back. I love it when the dog goes out and goes quick and runs back in. You received Belgrade of F. Nice, mister. Very nice. House on the hill. See, I want a house that's even further. I've discussed this too. I want a house even further away from other human beings, on like 10 to 20 acres of my own. That I have solid internet, and just everybody fucks off and leaves me alone in real life. I've already gotten the people just just kind of fuck off and leave me alone in real life for the most part, but I want to be even further away from other human beings. Like if it were affordable, I would probably buy my own island. You know, just live on it quietly. Damn. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I got like runny nose now going outside and back in. Like my allergies kicked in for some reason, and I'm not really allergic to much. Really, just cats and I guess pollen. Well, heavy pollen, but it's not heavy pollen out there. It's very weird. They're hypoallergenic. Nice. Yeah, yeah. I have cats, and I'm allergic as hell to them, and they like to sleep by my head. But I love my cats, so and they love me apparently enough to make sure that I'm sneezing, wheezing, coughing. Stuffy head kind of shit. Sounded like a commercial for Sudafed for a minute there. Green actually layered on pretty good for just a one pass. I think this brush has about had it too. Oh, Steve's a Fed. He's one of the good ones. I'll deal with Steve if he's a Fed. Absolutely, he's one of the good ones. You know, Medi, I had to realize that you were talking about your cats there and not, a couple of your friends or something. Like I was like, damn, really? That's crazy. Like I read that real quick and I was just like, wait a minute. Oh yeah, she's talking about cats. And yeah, Mister. Well, I mean, I'll believe you on that one, Mister. But you're not wrong about that. I do know it's not the cat hair; it is actually the dander that they produce. That's why I have one of the outdoor cats I can handle and everything else, and it does not set off my allergies and keeps itself super clean, all that other stuff. And then one of my indoor cats, if I even like touch them for 2 seconds, it's like, oh god. You have friends like that too. Trust me, I'll believe you. I have friends like that too. That's why I had to think about it for a second. Yo, why are you calling somebody Zon Ninja there, Beans? That's not right. Mister, you're a judgy McJudgerstein. Yeah, that's just it. I do think it's funny, Mister, because sometimes you'll make jokes or whatever, or say something, and it can sound a bit judgmental, but you're not. I realized that pretty quick off the rip, which is one of the reasons why I always enjoy you being in the stream and enjoy having conversations with you. Because it took me a minute when I first met you. I was like, "Is he like judging?" And it was like, "No, he's just being accurate and real." Yeah, you know what? You're kind of not wrong there, Steve. Heathcliff was kind of cooler than Garfield. Garfield was kind of a stick in the mud. It's kind of a dick. What was the name of it? I know it was Heathcliff. Remember, he had like a whole band of cats that he would hang out with in the junkyard. Like Riff Raff was one of them, and I can't remember. Was the show just called Heathcliff? But what was the band of cats called? Yeah, Nermal was actually a pimp. He would like the little kitten would flash its eyes, and like just everybody would be like, "Oh, so cute." And Garfield would come over, kick it. Like, get out of here with that Nermal. Yeah, I was gonna say what the because was it the Junkyard Gang? What was Heathcliff's like little gang? Because you had what Cleo, Riff Raff, Heathcliff, and the Alley Cats, maybe. But they had a whole. I remember that damn cartoon. Wait, was Puss in Boots? But was he walking around with like galoshes on or something? You catch it sword fighting? Is that what happened here? It was the Cadillac Cats. I mean, that sounds right. That actually does sound right. It didn't when I read it, but the moment I said it, it's like, oh yeah, the Cadillac Cats. Okay, yeah, that definitely does sound like it. Heathcliff and the Cadillac Cats, because they all lived in like a Cadillac in the junkyard, right? It's like, I mean, when I used to watch Scooby Doo, I always thought that name of that show was Scooby Doo and the four dipshits who assist them. I didn't realize they were called Mystery Inc. for the longest time. I mean, that would probably make sense too. I although I remember specifically seeing Garfield comics way before I saw Heathcliff, and then when they ran them in the newspaper and stuff like that, or when I started reading the comics out of the newspaper, that's when I realized Heathcliff was a thing. I mean, which was the better Heathcliff though, the cartoon cat or the guy who was like, "Come on, everybody, into the kitchen. We're gonna get us some Jello pudding pops." Who was the better Heathcliff? What's up, SE? I was shouting you out at the beginning of the show, bud. How are you? What's going on, guys? If you haven't Make sure you're smashing your like buttons. I was showing this off earlier, Essie. Let him dry out a little bit. Let my bread paint get a little wetter. Or drier, rather. So here's the proof of concept where the for the Solomon Grundy I'm going to be working on. Granted, I didn't even bother printing the head because once I got through the body, I was like, yeah, I'm digging it with the knives in the back and everything. But that's the small version. I got to get the big version going. Oh yeah, Solomon Grundy. Like if you look at a picture of Solomon Grundy, he is. I mean, like I said, he's mainly a Superman villain. Oh, speaking of which, matter of fact, I should show you. Well, let me finish this red paint before it dries again. But I definitely have one that was in the past that I may have to eventually. I think it's if I'm Patreoned in for 3 months at a time, I get I get to choose a model that's from the past. One of them is a Henry Cavill Superman. If I were to buy the model, it's like $20 or $30 model, something like that. But I can get it free if I'm a Patreon member for 3 months or something. And it's like a reward for being like a loyalty reward. And I was like, yeah, I'm probably going to get that one. All right, so that is my artificial. Sorry, cleaning this up real quick. I'll look at chat in a second, guys. This brush sucks. All right, clean up that elbow a little bit. Yeah, I told him about the ghost. Shit was creepy. I didn't tell him like the main ghost story that I'll tell right around Halloween, but I told him about yesterday and glitches in the Matrix I see. Like odd stuff like and that's I've been asking everybody like odd things happening to them and everybody's it might be something minor like hey, my cell phone just glitched out and wouldn't work for 20 minutes and then turned back on or in Bob's case, it was his email just stopped working for some reason. Then he had to go and uninstall it, reinstall it to get it working again. Stuff like this. Yeah, and that's just it. Essie was the last man standing last night, and he was just like, "What the?" I'm sure you were in the chat, like, "What the? Is did Gam just lose his shit? Like, is he gone mad?" I didn't even realize that made it to stream. I thought I was already done streaming. But yeah, I guess not, Essie. Like, and you know what? I love the fact that you were there for it too. Like that's one of those things where now I don't feel like oh well, I'm just talking out of my ass. Like no, it was midstream when that happened. I just wasn't sure if the mic was on, if it got caught, stuff like that. And then tonight I'm sitting there talking about glitches and shit, and next thing I know, I have like these Joker pops that I have stuck up on the wall, and I'm guessing just if I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna say like the adhesive that I used to keep them up there just wore out or dried out because changes in weather or something in the room, and it fell down. But it fell down like I don't know an hour ago. I was like, what the fuck was that? Like it just came flying off the wall. And watching it call it, Meddy pointed out. She said maybe you're haunted. Like, well, there are plenty of people that would haunt my ass. Yeah, actually, you kind of are the. And now that I'm thinking about it, you do collect a lot of Adidas hoodies, don't you? Damn, I didn't even realize this inlay on the arm. Gotta be gentle as hell with it because this brush is a little glitchy. A Greek. Oh. Shout out to Zeus and Hera. So, what about you, Essie? Any glitches recently? Paranormal experience? Anything? Anything out of the norm? Well, Mister, he was a Greek. Really? What about What about George Papadopoulos? Was he Greek? One that always blows my mind is, you know, the old show Webster, the parents. The parents on Webster. I think that was George and whatever Papadopoulos, if I remember correct. But the actor and the actress, the mom and dad, it always blew me away that if you go back and you watch the old school movie Porky's, they're both in Porky's. The dad was a cop and the mom was actually a lady of the night in that movie. But I was always like, yeah, that's kind of interesting. Well, I mean, technically she was in a kids movie too. It was called Porky's, but they were more teenagers, so I don't know if that counts. Yeah, in Blazing Saddles, he was Mongo. Look out, here comes Mongo. Hey fellas, look what I found. Where the white women at? I don't know. All the Greeks I ever knew, they all owned diners. Yeah, they owned all the diners in New Jersey. The Ukrainians might want to travel by boat because apparently riding subways doesn't work out well for them. Is that too soon? You guys are talking about Jamaicans, and Mister hasn't chimed in with his classic quote of "Jamaica me crazy." You feeling okay, Mister? Wait, I'm a little worried about you, brother. Man, my brushes have about had it. You know, there's one old show we didn't even cover. You know, I don't know how we've never. I don't remember us ever talking about it. What about silver spoons? I don't ever remember us talking about silver spoons. Wait, hold on. This is breaking news. Apparently, Beans is a Mexican. I never knew. Congratulations, Beans. Wait a minute. Hold on. I've lost the plot. I keep glancing over at chat. Did Medi? Never mind. All right, I caught it. Never mind. It screwed me up for a minute there. Nothing. I caught the one comment and I was like, wait, what is she talking about? And I had to go back and read. I was like, wait, what is she like? What did she just say? Like, what the fuck? I didn't realize it was a correction. I didn't know what you guys were talking about for a minute there. I was like, wait, did I miss something here? What is going on in my chat? Yeah, I mean, well, no, it wasn't that part of it. That's fine. It was just like out of nowhere. I definitely understood something in English and didn't understand what it was like related to. I was like, wait, did I miss something in this conversation that was like pertinent here? Like, like, dear Lord, craziness, craziness. Um, yeah, you know what? I forgot about that. They had that giant ass train that ran through the house. Carlton, that's where he got his start. And Ricky Schroeder. Now he likes to go by Rick Schroeder. Don't call him Ricky anymore. Hello, Forever. Yeah, I understand the conversation was all over the place and you're confused or whatever. I just looked up and I saw you say something with a star before it, and I'm not going to say the other part of it. And I was like, wait, where does that fit in? And then had to go back and like look, and it was actually like what you said right before it. But I was just like, it confused me for a minute there. I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? I mean, did the rest of anybody else like see what I saw, or am I just like nuts because I'm like painting and flipping back and forth between chat and paint? Hey, you guys like did anybody else get caught off guard there for a second? I mean, you did, you're talking about Greek, and then next thing I know, I saw that. I was like, wait, what? Like, what are we discussing here? Like, when did my chat turn into this? I don't know. I've lost control somewhere. We were talking about, like, paranormal activity and freaky shit happening and ghosts visiting me that I have no idea. And next thing I know, it just like it took one of those turns when I looked up and I was like, I'm confused now. Like that's an interesting ghost story right there. I would like to hear more about that one. What the fuck? I mean, yeah, I am nuts, but I didn't think I was that nuts. Mister, that's hysterical. Yeah, dude, I feel so much better now though knowing that SE you actually I didn't know that actually made it to the stream when I said it. I thought I might have told you after stream, but I didn't realize like that actually got caught on the stream too. Like me going like, "What the?" I mean, they've always the old way I always heard it was if you want to see magic, look from the corner of your eye. If you look dead on at it, it'll disappear. If you catch it out of the corner of your eye, you see things that you're not meant to see. Okay. All our stripes are lining up not bad. Touch up there. Touch up here. Definitely out to here. What was that under stripe? I mean, technically, learning French, Italian, and Spanish, if you can master one of them, you can kind of pick up all of them, from what I understand. sweater's almost done. What a headache. But I don't want it looking. I don't want it looking shitty at all. Because this one is not for me. So I got to take my time. I got all the time in the world. The thing that's going to be brutal is I'm seeing the little rips in the sweater too. And I'm going to have to go back and nail those out. Really? You can speak Spanish, but French doesn't line up. I know. What about Italian? Can you? Yeah, how about Spanish to Italian? Because I used to work with a Sicilian chef, and he could speak because he could speak fluent Italian because he was off the boat from Sicily. He could also speak Spanish pretty well. Snap, crackle, pop a lot. Let's see. Where are we looking? Yeah, we're looking there and there. That's a smart move there, forever. I just make sure that if I go to a restaurant where I don't speak the language, I make sure I take somebody who does, who can tell them exactly what I want, and make sure I trust that person. Oh, that one little line there is going to drive me nuts. I told you, if you want to learn to speak Italian, the easiest way to speak Italian is just learn vowels. You can have a whole conversation in Italian with just vowels. Hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, you, oh. A mute? Is that the answer, Steve? A mute? Pizza, pizza. Actually, that's Little Caesars. That would be Greek Italian pizza. Mister, what is a ute? shout out to E-Rock, by the way. I don't know where he's at, but I'm sure he's floating out there. Got to give little shout outs here and there, like shout out to Stranded. Always a shout out to Stranded. So, I'm going to say that was 1,000% on purpose, the whole thing with the escalator. Now that you brought that up, mister, that was what I was trying to remember earlier that I forgot. Did you guys see that crap? Melania and Trump getting on the escalator to go up to the UN, and all of a sudden, as soon as the first stair went up, it stopped and like they jutted forward. I mean, I still think escalators are one of the most wonderful inventions ever because when they're broken, they just become stairs and you just got to walk up. Like not a big deal. Very cool. Yeah, I thought Italian and Spanish were probably similar. Yeah, that was like dirty. And then there was something else that happened, like a teleprompter died or shut off on him or something, like in the middle of a speech. I don't know. I didn't see everything to do with it, but I remember hearing that part somehow. Probably because I had crap going on in the background, like just something. A lot of times when I'm playing my damn games, I'll have I'll have just YouTube up and running on my tablet, so I'll overhear stuff. But I definitely watched the whole escalator thing, and I was like, "What?" Like, yeah, that was 100%. Somebody shut that off the minute Melania got up like one step and almost tripped both of them up. It's a good thing they did that to Trump and not Joe Biden because Joe Biden he would have just had a heart attack and died right there. Like it would have been over. He'd have been like, "The stairs stop moving. I can't walk up these." He would have fallen down 3 times, just stroked out. Yeah, I thought that was some grimy shit. She didn't trip. She almost did. Like she stepped onto the escalator ahead of Trump, and like the escalator started going up, and so like she was on this stair, and it stopped, and you can watch her. She goes like this, like forward, like her forward momentum carried her because she was expecting to go up. SIM cards. What? Oh, dang, Mister. Why does that ring a bell? Are you talking about they had like the telecom farm or whatever that was like right next to the UN or somewhere in a building adjacent to it? Are you talking about that? It was like I think it was like 3 million SIM cards or something they recovered. Yesterday or the day before, Maddie. I'm not sure which, but yeah, you can watch the video. They were at the UN whenever Trump did the whole speech to the UN thing and all that. But yeah, they were at the UN and that he was on the escalator and the escalator just stopped. Like, and they were at the bottom of the escalator. Like she had just gotten on it and he was like right behind her. And all of a sudden, just it was like somebody hit the off switch on it. Like hit stop on the escalator going off up. So that he would like either fall, she'd fall, whatever. It was messed up. Like I don't know if they tried to embarrass him or what, or just be dicks to him. But then they start walking up the stairs afterwards. Yeah, but it was definitely at the UN, and I think that's what Mister's talking about. There was like a telecom farm, if I remember correctly. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I did see something about that. I don't know if it was FBI or Secret Service, but and I don't think they said exactly what it was used for. They said it might possibly be used for like diplomats to send secret messages or whatever, but it was like 3,000 SIM cards and they were wired into like telecom servers all in this one like empty office building. And it was like almost like a spy network telecommunication thing right next to the UN, if I remember correct. Yeah, Germans always though the German language to me always sounds like they're angry. That's just me though. Um, yeah, and they did do it on purpose. Like Medi, when you watch the video, you're gonna see like there's an escalator right next to him. The guy's going up, and no problem. And the moment Melania steps on it, it goes up like one step, and then Trump's right behind her. He steps on the escalator, and all of a sudden the escalator just stops. Germans do love David Hasselhoff. He's like a giant ass star over there. You could argue that David Hasselhoff is the Taylor Swift in Germany. Oh no, it's angry. It's always angry. It sounds angry to me. You may be saying the nicest things like you're a really good dude and I appreciate your streams and stuff, but it'll come out like Rasvidal strudel. I did you like it sounds like you're yelling at me like you're telling me you want me to go into the oven. No, there was no electrical surge. Like it was 1,000%. Like you have to watch the video. You can tell that they did it on purpose to mess with Trump. And then Trump basically went and roasted the UN in his speech too. Like he basically said that like, look, I'm out here stopping wars, and I was all behind the UN because I figured you guys would be stopping wars, but it seems you start more wars than you stop. Something like that. Like he was going ham on them. You got to figure a lot of those countries are pretty pissed off at him too because of tariffs and everything else. So always got to equate that factor in. Is it bad that, while I'm sitting here painting this thing, all that's going through my head is, if you want to destroy my sweater, just hold this string as I walk away. Walk away. Like, I don't know why that's stuck in my head right now. I mean, hey, look, I can't blame you, Medi, because yeah, that's what I hear when, like I said, it could be the nicest thing in the world they're saying, but it does sound like they're yelling at you, like angrily, like it's an angry language. Maybe it's the Polish side of me coming out there, and just having flashbacks to a time that I wasn't even alive for. I don't know. Maybe it's ingrained in genetics or something, but it scares the shit out of me. You know something, Forever? That is actually kind of a brilliant idea. Just you could be, like talking shit to people the whole time, and nobody would even realize it. All right, that artificial stripe on the sweater makes me feel better about this whole damn project. Man, looking at this and just trying to get the dang stripes where they are enclosed. Not blowing them out is such a bitch. Shout out to Ian, who's not here tonight either. He nailed it out. You got to be meticulous with this crap. All right, time to try and pull the red back in. Yeah, Japanese do giggle a lot when they're talking. You're not wrong. It always screws me up that "hi" can mean like six different things too. Not always. They don't always sound like they're going to break into samurai fights. Only the serious businessmen. Oof. All right, blue out here. What is this? That's actually red. Damn it. Gosh darn it. Whoever thought painting stripes on a 3D printed sweater would be this much of a pain in the ass. I swear I had an easier time painting this thing when I did the bust version of it. Fix that. Mister, I'm having a tough time painting my dolls tonight. How can you not love anime? Some of the best stories I've seen, like in the past 10 years, have all been anime stories. You need to watch. You need to watch the good ones. Oh, here's something else for you guys. Now that I'm thinking about animated crap, did you guys see the trailer for the new Wolverine game that's coming out for PlayStation 5 by chance? It's Insomniac Games, who only works with PlayStation, so it's coming out of PlayStation Studios basically. Means I won't be able to get it on the Xbox, and I don't have a PS5 currently. I'm not planning on getting one just for one game, but if I did, it would probably be for the Wolverine game. Have a good night, Mister. Thanks for dropping in, brother. Um, yeah, yeah, the new Wolverine game. They definitely did Wolverine correctly. Like it definitely exhibits exactly what the human body would do if hit by adamantium razor sharp claws with somebody with power enough to use them behind it. It's brutal to say the least. And yes, I did see that new game called Sworn, which is basically King Arthur. If the round table went nuts, I haven't played it yet. I haven't looked into it real deep. It seems all right though. But I think it was like a roguelite or something. There was something about it that made me go, "Oh, another one of these." But it was like basically you got. I guess you got to fight like King Arthur, Percival, Lancelot, all that kind of stuff because they've gone crazy and gone evil. So you have to like take out King Arthur and everybody. It'll probably be Morgana like did a spell on them or something, and she'll be the final boss or some crap like that. Or maybe even King Arthur will be the final boss. Not sure. But yeah, it looked all right. I just the Wolverine game. If I can actually, I'll probably look up the trailer here in a second and show you guys. Because Insomniac did the Spider-Man game for PlayStation, which I haven't played that either, but I heard that was fantastic, like unbelievably good. All the different Spider-Man games and this Wolverine game. I didn't really like the way they did his face, but outside of that, the way they did everything else about it was amazing. Wait, we got to do a stream night on what, David? On Sworn? You think I should download that, David, and pop that up? Let me see if I can do the old double cap here. Outro application that could get shut down. I am. What the? Oh, that's an image. Okay. Say something. What is this? Okay, yeah, that can go bye bye. Let me see. I definitely I am going to show you this. I definitely am going to show you the Wolverine trailer. Now that I'm thinking about it, fantastic, just unbelievably good. Yeah, here we are. It was PlayStation 5 State of Play. Let me rewind that and set this up real quick. Window capture. The hell's my window capture? Let's call it window capture. State of play. And blow you out so you guys can all see the goodness of this. And hopefully Sony don't hit me for this one. I don't think there's any music in it. All right, here we go, guys. Here is the Wolverine trailer for the game, and tell me this isn't badass.
Been fighting longer than I can remember.
It's like me when I don't get my coffee.
I'd like to say I'm not a violent man. The trouble just has a way of finding me. But I'd be lying. Doesn't matter where I go.
Schnickety, schnickety, schnickety.
How far I run. Death's always waiting. Just not for me. Cause I ain't no hero. I'm Wolverine.
Shout out to them. I think they've got a winner here. There is nothing woke in that. There is nothing like it. Just looks phenomenal. Looks like a fan. What a fantastic game it looks like. I'm the best at what I do, bub, and what I do ain't always nice. But just the way limbs come off, the blood splats, the way the claws are like going through people. My God, they. I think they captured the actual essence of what Wolverine would do if he actually hit a normal human being. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't a big fan of the way they do his like in that first scene, the way that his face looks, but the rest of it, like the costume, everything, like it just felt like they nailed him. I'm like, oh yeah, that's Wolverine. I'm the best at what I do, and what I do ain't always nice. I love it. You know what? Now that I was thinking about it, let me see something. If I blow this up, can I go to? Yeah, let me see if I can do this in the back. What is this crap? Let me log in. Should be under my Googles. I'm doing something in the background here. Um, yes, it did. What notification did I get on here? Oh, the faces of the rebellion and darkness. So let me see if I can find it. I'll actually show you guys what the Grundy model looks like when it's complete, and I can also show you. They are doing. Yeah, yeah. Superman and Crypto. That's going to be an awesome one. Trying to find it on here. You can view. That's all Discord crap. Where is the? So yeah, they're doing the Batman that laughs. It's going to be a new one. Um, the corn sweat version of Soups. That's going to be badass. John Constantine's already out. The Harley Quinn who laughs is going to be is nasty. I've got that downloaded. Just trying to find. There's some part on here where it tells you like, oh yeah, you can get these free, and that's what I'm looking for, guys. Sorry. Let's see about. It's August. Welcome pack Instagram store. Wicked. there's somewhere on here, and if I can find it, I can bring up the Grundy because it's on the other computer, so I can't really get into it. But I can kind of show you guys some of this crap. X important loyalty welcome monthly drop. Let's see. Let me look at the welcome to Berserk. Sorry guys, I know it's probably boring while I'm looking through this crap. Let me look at Wicked Sight. Plus models for October, 8 plus models plus for September. Let's see, can I go directly to this dude's store? If I can, then I'll show you the Henry Cavill Supermans. Collections. You know what? Go back. Go home. Sorry, guys. I know it's boring. I'm trying to talk through it, but here's the August files. Okay, yeah, that should take me actually to their Gumroad. And go to his shit. These are all past ones. Damn, I'm gonna have to go back to. That's the Captain America. I need to go to Berserk. Yeah, you did hear Henry Cavill. You did. I'm trying to find. So I found these guys. Like I said, these are the guys I've got a Patreon to, and yeah. Let me see. He's got 303 sculpts, so I got to. Oh, why didn't that come up? Okay, let's try Superman. JLA. I got the bust for Henry Cavill, and it's okay. But this Superman, here it is. Let me pull this up and share it. I can actually get it to go through. If it's gonna let me, I don't know if it's gonna let me. I might actually have to delete that out. Let the audio mixer. No. Damn. Audio mixer pop free. There it is. Okay. Let's get that nice and centered. And I will scroll down. So, yeah, as promised. You ready? Here we go. And link in. So this guy did a sculpt. Now, granted, I might pick this up when 3 months are up. If I stay sub to him for 3 months, you apparently get this, right? Hopefully, you guys, it should come up. There you go. So he did this version of Superman. And it's the Henry Cavill Man of Steel version. One of the best ones I've seen. If I'm not sure if it's capturing the whole screen. Let me see what it's capturing. Okay, so I do have to bring that up, but you can see Maybe you can't. I have to bring it down. Yeah, right here. So that's how much it is for this model is $20. Yes, I am suspending my Sunday streams for a while. That is correct. Yeah, I honestly with this one, I think they did actually capture Henry Cavill Superman. But yeah, my Sunday streams are suspended for the moment until I have more stuff. Now, if I can just find Grundy, let me see. Take a look, see if I can find Grundy. No, no products found. Maybe I spelled Solomon wrong. Let me just try Grundy. There he is. So he did and I already own this, so I'm not worried about it. But yeah, this is the Solomon Grundy that I'm currently working on. This is what the finished product's going to look like. Bring that up just a tick. See how we're looking there. I'm down on just a tick. Find that happy spot. But yeah, I have this one. This is what it looks like when it's all said and done. Big, buff, creepy. Man, a lot of detail. Like just the rips on his arm, like the muscles on his arms, the veins, the chains, noose around his neck, the whole 9 yards, the knives in his back. And that's the face. Well, I mean, so $20 for that print. No joke. That's actually that's very good. Um, they've done both these guys, Wicked and Berserk. There's a reason I gave them Patreon money because they're worth it. Like their models are 1,000% worth it. Let me see if I can get like so. That's one of the a model I got down. Hit mommy real quick. No, it's not going to come up. I might have to flip over to my other one, over to the other Patreon. Yeah, it's not coming up. Okay, so they don't have them under his. Let me, because I'm playing around on Patreon. I don't want to screw around too much, but I can show you what's going on for like I've sent it over to USC so you could see it. Um, the mummy and what's his name, the Invisible Man, right? But that's from the current movies pack that they're offering. And I mean, I'm shouting these guys out. Hopefully, they don't get pissed at me, anything like this. But I'm telling everybody, anybody who does 3D printing, anything like that, you're interested in movie stuff, you're interested in some movie stuff, I guess you'd say. But if you are interested at all in superheroes, these are the two guys. That like these are the guys that you go to. Um, like this one, I can show this one because I got it. Let me do this. This one is another statue that I'll be doing soon. I've been looking for one of these for the longest time, and in my opinion, he nailed the entire sculpt on it. This is old schooly D Marvel Captain America right here, And I just everything to me about this model is perfect. Like right down to him standing on the Avengers A, all the rubble under him, the shield. The shield is pristine, perfect, exactly like Captain America's shield should look, whole 9 yards. And like you can see, $20, $0, and I already have it. And how do I have it? Because I went ahead and subscribed to their Patreon, so it was one of the ones they put in there. But yeah, to me, these guys are just unbelievable. Like you can see some of these models, like you got the Matrix that they did. Um, yeah, you got Red Hulk from that the newest movie. I need to actually just go right to his. I don't need my email address in there. Yeah, you got Sonic the Hedgehog from the Sonic movie. Gwen Stacy, the death of Gwen Stacy from the Spider-Man comics. Like they're just every one of these is just exquisite. King Godzilla Kong, Doctor Strange. I got all those. The Laura Croft ones are brilliant, fighting the T Rex and stuff. This was the last batch. Here you go. These guys I got down. There's Jack Sparrow. Right, it's one half of one big piece. Jack Sparrow, and he's fighting Barbosa. There's the Barbosa one. Just beautiful, beautiful. Like blows my mind. And then when you put them together, this is what they look like. You even have Jack the monkey fighting in the background, or like pointing the gun in the background. And that's just it. Old Hollywood monsters. These are the only ones that they have right now. Well, they have Frankenstein and Creature from the Black Lagoon, but these two are the ones that have just come out. So you have Boris Karloff's Mummy, and I mean that is just a beautiful sculpt to it. Everything else, like we can zoom in a little bit. So I mean, it looks like it's ripped right out of the black and white movie. Like the detail on it, everything, the detail in the sarcophagus, the whole 9 yards, every last wrinkle on that nutsack face is unreal. It's all there, like exactly like it was in the movie. Um, and then the other one we got, and this one I can't wait to do because the entire setting, this is going to be a pain in the ass, in my opinion, for me to print out. But I'm going to try and figure out a way. But the Invisible Man, and so you have him holding the formula, in front of this whole big thing, and then you have him angry, all wrapped in the bandages. Like it's right from the black and whites, right from it. Here's the back end, so the window or what have you, and then everything in the lab. Like then they actually have the actor's face. You got those type of goggles. You also have the rounded type of goggles. But like I said, these guys just blow me away with what they've produced and what they do. Let me see. Can I hit that? Now see how much my but I am subscribed. Like he's already got my loot. This guy got my loot. But Pirates of the Caribbean was the movie thing before. Then you had the monsters. Let me see. What do we got for Marvel or movies that I can think of that was like unbelievable? Um, yeah, so the creature from the Black Lagoon, which is my favorite, and of course that was last October they put that out, and yeah, I honestly almost gave them the $20 for it, but yeah, this is the creature from the Black Lagoon. So old school Universal monsters. They did him. I mean, every scale you can see the detail on it. Just beautiful, beautiful model. Um, just unreal. Like the eyes. Look how deep they went into the quality on the eyes. The suckers on the fin on this front like hand here. Like you can see the little dots. It depends. I mean, now, granted, if you're doing them like the size that they're actually supposed to be, if you have the printer that they have for the resin, they're using, I want to say, a Jupiter at least. So they're probably getting them up to a foot, foot and a half, right? I have to shrink them down, redux them and everything because my printer is much smaller. But I mean, look at that damn thing. Now, if you're doing it in total PLA, you're going to lose some of the detail to the model Medi. But PLA is like harder plastic. You could actually make, say, like there's a guy with a suit of armor in here, like, I don't know, a Mandalorian from Star Wars, and you want that armor, you could technically go in there and edit it and make it life size and cut it into pieces and then glue it together and wear it, paint it and sand it and everything and make it like real armor, like for cosplaying. But I mean, just the way they did the eyes, the suckers on the hand, like every scale is there. Just unbelievable. The little fish tank at the bottom of the stand. I don't even know how this would come out unless you printed in clear resin right there. But yeah, definitely cool. Um, then the other one, as far as old school monsters, you got Frankenstein. That's the other one that they did. This was also last October. They nailed the Boris Karloff Frankenstein. I mean, as a sexy model right there. Well, maybe not sexy, but you know what I meant. Like, just well done. Well done. So I can't say enough about these guys. There's three of them. They actually have a Star Wars one too. A guy who does nothing but Star Wars. One guy does nothing but Marvel. One guy does nothing but DC and Image because he does a lot of Spawn. And then they all three of them share the movie files, like when they do a movie. So like, I don't think they've done Goonies yet. Let me see. Type Goonie. Yeah, they haven't done Goonies yet, but people have been asking for that. I've seen that in the forums. And then the other one that they did, and I actually have the diorama. Ooh, why didn't that come up? Let's see. Ghost Rider. Wicked Movies Ghostbuster swag. Okay. I'm not seeing it, but it should be here. He definitely, one of them did Ghostbusters, like the actual original Ghostbusters with the dog. Another one, let me see if this one comes up. It does. They did a whole line of the Crow. I got this one. This is actually in their promo pack. But Eric Draven, the Crow, sitting like Brandon Lee, and it even says right here in memory of Brandon Lee, him sitting on like like on a cross or standing on a cross right here, nailing it. And he's got the guitar on his back. He's got the crow on his shoulder, the whole 9 yards. Just fantastic model. Fantastic, fantastic. You look at that face, that's Brandon Lee. They nailed it. Got the ring around his neck, everything. They just don't even screw around here. These guys, probably the best $10 I've ever spent. Just the face on them. They nailed it. They nailed Brandon Lee's face. They captured it, and super impressive. Matter of fact, this I didn't get, but they have the whole scene where he comes busting in, and they did that as a diorama. That's kind of creepy looking. I mean, got him on the table with the ring, everything else, the crow on his shoulder. And then the other side, you got Top Dollar. There's Skank. And then I don't know who that's supposed to be off on the right. But oh, here you go. That's dude from the pawn shop. And then Top Dollar is the main villain in the movie The Crow. But just phenomenal. Like you can see the pores on his skin. So the Henry Cavill Superman, um, like I said, it's $20, what have you. Um, if I'm being quite honest, I won't drop the $20 for it. Right? I'm simply not going to drop $20 for one model, considering I'm getting like 13, or I don't know what it is. Like, yeah, I think it's like 12, 13 a month for $10. Right? Why would I drop it for the 20? However, they have a loyalty thing. So 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, etc. You are able to go and pick out a model of your choice. So I may take Henry Cavill as my model of choice for either the 3 or 6 month, because I plan on staying subscribed to these guys. Like they are the epitome, and it's what I was saying last night. Part of the thing that disgusts me about a lot of streamers that do not appreciate the people that are watching them and putting their time out there to sit here and like have a conversation with me or bullshit with me, right? These guys get it because everything is thank you so much. People will say, hey man, amazing sculpt. Be like, look, we couldn't do this without your support. Every person, it doesn't matter if they've been there for a month or 6 months. I've looked through all their posts before I went and got the Patreon to see how they are interacting with their audience, because that actually means something to me. You know, I don't want somebody who's just like, hey man, I'm having trouble with this print. And they're just like, oh, well, fuck you. You bought it. Instead, these guys are walking, hand holding people. I've seen it in their posts. They hand hold people. They're just like, we couldn't do this without you and everything else. And that's what I'm saying is I'm going to reach out to them when my 3 month term comes up and say, hey, I would like that Henry Cavill Superman, and see if they give it to me. So the model of choice is every 3, 6, 9, and 12 months. And I think it's only the Berserk guy who does it. But yeah. And I don't know if they're doing it for the Wicked side, which is the Marvel. But if they are, then there's stuff I would want over there. And if they're doing it for the DC guy Berserk, he absolutely has that in like his Discord and everything else, and on his Facebook page. A Bloodborne they haven't done. I can tell you now they haven't done a Bloodborne. I was looking for something kind of similar for David Mon, and they haven't done like Demon Souls or any of those games yet. There's other artists out there. And what were you saying? Yeah, 13 models for $13 a month. That's so cool. So right, you have the welcome pack, right? So my first month, $10. I got a total of 83 or 84 models off of Berserk. He had them up, and he has them listed at the top, and I was able to get 83 or 84 models complete. So some of them are sculptures. Like Freddy Krueger is one of the models they actually have in there for their welcome pack, right? Like this Freddy Krueger in particular that I'm painting right now. And I think he sells for like $20 normally if you want to buy it from their store or what have you, but you get it in the welcome pack. Somebody must have leaked that shit online, which honestly, knowing what I know now, kind of pisses me off, because these guys do give away free things too on top of it. Like Solomon Grundy, if I didn't give them $10, they still said, "Here, take this model. It's free." Like, what the fuck, dude? But yeah, it was like 85 from the one guy. I think it was 75 from the other guy. Um, Wicked, the guy who does the Marvel stuff, he actually threw in old movie things, including a Ghostbusters, the Ghostbusters diorama. I wish I could have found it. I didn't see it there. But the Ghostbusters diorama is all four of the Ghostbusters. They have both the dogs or whatever behind them. They're on the roof like they're about to, shoot their gun or shoot the proton packs, or what are they called? I can't remember. But they have their guns in their hands basically, and they're all looking up, and it's like almost ripped straight from the movie poster. And they have it listed. It's $40. He gives you that in the welcome pack. That's part of your $10 welcome pack. And it was just like, because I said it to my wife, I'm like, yo, come here, check this out. And she's like, what'd you do? I said, I actually broke down and got this one guy's Patreon. I might get the other guy. I'm debating it and everything else. And she's like, you know what? For $10 a month, if you're going to use them, let's see what you get. So I went with the first guy, which was the DC, and I ripped down so much shit. Like I said, 300 gigabytes of stuff. So a third of a terabyte, I think I got from the first guy of just model files, and it was all kinds of stuff, and every one of them excellent. I just, like I said, with Grundy, for example, like I showed you what Grundy's going to look like in the end, and now seeing it and showing you, like, here's the legs for that model, right? Like all the detail and stuff, how he's stepping up on the thing. Here's the base, but I cut the base down so it wasn't as big. But you can see, like, there's the ravens in there, all that other stuff. The cross is going to attach here. Like it's crazy. They've done a fantastic, both these guys. I can't sing their praises enough. And what made me even search them out was that the Hulk and the Bizarro bust that I did, like that incredible. Matter of fact, I still got the Hulk sitting here. Like, here's the unpainted smaller version of the Hulk, right? They did this Hulk bust that I did the bigger version out and painted it, right? He's all crusty and stuff now from dust and everything else on him. But this is the unpainted smaller one that I kept. And because of the way he came out when I painted him, I was like, yeah, I definitely want to look into this artist's work. And if I can, I want to support them because they're actually putting out a quality model. I paid nothing for that Hulk. They gave that away. And it is what it is. Like, they smart business. They gave away something. I went and checked out the rest of their products, and I'm impressed with their entire lineup. No Wizard of Oz. I didn't see a Wizard of Oz yet. Dude, take me a while to do. I think I was telling you this last night, Essie, because you're like, how long does it take to print? These legs took 4.5 hours to print for these legs. That was a 4.5 hour print to get them. So that's one piece of one model out of 84, 85 off one guy. The other guy gave me 74, 75. So when you really break it down, it's like, man, I will be printing for days, hours, weeks, months, years. Like, it is stream content for a good long while, which is why I am suspending the Sunday show for a little bit so that I can work on these prints. If I do them every week and do it like how I'm doing streams for 6 to 8 hours, but if I sit there on the computer and crunch that shit down, I can set the files up for printing throughout the week, print everything, get maybe 4 of these models done, 3 of these models, hell, even 2 of these models done, do the all in black stream where I, like I did with Freddy's head, right? Or his hat and everything else, where I have to turn everything black for my who's a what's it for the God, what's it called? The prime for the priming of the actual, so I can paint it, right? but I get 3 or 4 of these done. Like I still have to do this base has to get turned black, stuff like that. So I do all that. Hell, the reprint on the Fellowship of the Ring little ornament from the Gandalf I did a couple weeks back. Got to get turned black, right? So I do that, and then I get 3 or 4 of these models in the pipe and have them done while still having more models coming out. It's streaming for like months and months and months. I won't ever have to take, like I'll have to bring back the Sunday show because I'm going to have too much to paint and I'm not even going to be able to screw around with it. Like I'm going to be overloaded. Steve, Jesus, that is hysterical. I mean, why does it have to be black? I could paint them. I used to paint them prime and white, and then realized that it was a bear when you're painting something that is, if it's not a darker color, the white will fade your color out. So I started priming in black, and then I've got to do like 4 layers if I'm doing yellow. Like when I do the Sinestro, either I think I got a sculpture for Sinestro, but if I don't and I do the bust for him, it's like yellow and black is his costume. And it's going to be like a bear when I do. I might actually do prime him in white, for example. And yes, Essie, I know you're making a joke too, buddy. But yeah, that's just it. I'm amped. I'm excited about it. And shout out to those 2 guys. You guys are going to hear me shout them out every stream. As a matter of fact, I might even put a hyperlink to their Patreon on my videos and stuff and let them know, hey, look, I'm shouting you guys out. I'm putting up a link to your Patreon on my YouTube stuff. I get 100 views, if I'm lucky. I get X amount of people tuning in or whatever. I'm not huge. I'm not that important or what have you. However, I do want to let you know that I am promoting you actively because not because I want something free from you. I'm letting you know so this way you don't sue the shit out of me for showing off your artwork, for example. Because they deserve it. Like my opinion, they absolutely. When you get somebody who sculpts like that, and I mean, it's 3 guys. One guy does nothing but Star Wars, though, and I'm like, how the hell do you do nothing but Star Wars nowadays? And I went and looked, and he was doing stuff like he did samurai remixes for Darth Vader, who was it? It was Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, Darth Maul, and a couple others. And I was like, damn. Then he did like the old school movie poster, like the Leia and Luke off of it, like beautiful sculpts. And that's kind of where I'm at. Is like I figure people, especially ones that truly appreciate their Patreons or the people that are giving them money for something, like they're not screwing around. Like these guys, like I looked through every post, people were asking like silly fucking questions, like stuff that was just hit you over the head kind of stuff. And they were just like, hey, what's up, my dude? Blah, 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 blah. And like had a whole conversation with them about it, like to help them solve whatever problem. Like amazing. Like the customer service is there. They care about their audience because 2 of them, they said, the one dude, I was reading his whole post out, and he said, we have stuff that we have in mind that we have in the pipe that we want to get out there, but 2 of the models usually a month are suggestions from you guys on like Facebook or on Patreon, what have you. Like they're suggestions from people, so they want to give people the models they want. And that's one of those reasons why I, like, look, shout out to Beans because she was like, well, you wait till you got 200 people in there and all this for the stream. She's trying to explain things to me, and I get it from that point of view. But at the same point in time, I'm sitting there dealing with people like this that absolutely value me, even though I just signed up for it. And it's like, expect that customer service, expect that respect to the audience that you're dealing with. Like, I don't know. To me, it's just that's what I want when I'm dealing with things. And hopefully I'm providing that to you guys too. Trying to be always on time with the fucking stream firing up, running my gums, trying to give us some topics to talk about, maybe if nobody has any breaking news or anything amazing going on, and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's how I always look at it too. So I'm happy that there's people out there that are doing the 3D modeling where I can't do that end of it. I can repair stuff, I can cut it apart and all that. I can't do the initial sculpture. I've tried, I suck at it. But these guys are killing it. And if they can do that part and I can do this part, man, my life is not bad. Thank you, Beans. I do appreciate. I just like I kind of felt a little bad last night because I felt like I kind of jumped on you a little bit, and I didn't mean to. But I also realized I wasn't expressing my point of view and why I was thinking that way at the time. I wasn't sitting there. The whole thing is I appreciate every last one of you. Without you guys, I'd be a guy in a microphone talking to dead air, painting stuff, smoking cigarettes, and just be like, yeah, well, this sucks, right? You guys are the huge part of the show. And I just that's why I was getting into that mindset and that perspective because I just got done dealing with people that I don't give money to people. I don't. You can call me a cheap bastard, whatever. But I'm one of those like, yeah, oh, join my membership so you get exclusive content. Like, oh, suck a dick, dude. Like, either you're gonna put it out or you're not. Like, it's the same way I tell you guys, don't super chat me when that gets active, but where if that ever gets active, don't ever become a member to my channel or anything, because I'll read whatever you got to say anyway. I'll scan through, and if there's something important, you're gonna let me know. I'm gonna read it online, right? I'm going to remember the people that bring me to the dance. Stuff like this. There's a reason for that because I appreciate the hell out of each and every one of you. You take time out of your day, or your night, or you're at work. Like, shout out to good old Smurf, huh? Who, or shout out to Stranded, who will watch it on the replay while she's at work. Stuff like that. And you guys take that time. The least I can do is not waste your fucking time. Hey, what's going on? You called for a Smurf? Well, I showed up. I was going on a mission with a bunch of other guys. We call them the Smurfables, and we were going to go over to Bosnia and see if we can't pick up some women's over there. But that's just it. Like, I appreciate the fuck out of every last one of you guys. And it angers me. Like, to me, as somebody who does this, and I got 115 subscribers, and I go for 6 to 8 hours, and I'm just some crumb bum in a room that, it is what it is. Plays video games, paints his dolls, as Mr. likes to say. And I don't ever take offense when Mr. says that. I actually think that's pretty funny, right? He's not wrong. I'm sitting there painting dolls for the most part. Um, I appreciate every last one of you. So when I see somebody who has made it, who is getting that money handed to them from YouTube, or and they don't seem to appreciate their audience, it pisses me off. Not because they're making money. Hey, God bless them for that part of it, right? It's because the customer deserves better. Your audience deserves better. The people in your chat deserve better. They deserve your fucking respect because they are taking that time to spend on you and watch you as a creator. Or, like if I just sat here and flopped my dick on the table, right, instead of painting, and you guys still watch the stream and chatted and everything else, well, one, you'd be perverts, but two, well, I'd probably be a pervert too at that point. But two, like you still took that time, and like you have to have appreciation for that. And if you don't deserve your shit. Why? Thank you forever. It was nice of you to notice. Um, but like, yeah, and shout out to Shrey. You are the greatest mods on these interwebs. And that's why I try to cover as many topics as I can. Um, go into it and really interact with you guys while you're in here. And like Eugene was saying, like he lost one subscriber. He was like, I was at 69, now I'm at 68. I don't know why that subscriber unsubscribed to Eugene. Maybe they just didn't enjoy his music anymore. I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm not that person who unsubscribed. You'd have to ask them. And it sucks when somebody doesn't leave a comment and say, yeah, I'm unsubbing because I didn't like the way you painted Freddy Krueger, for example, or something like that. Or you said this and fuck you because, I know you were rude about my favorite streamer or my favorite politician or whatever. Just an asshole who's talking shit. And, you know, it, I'm telling you honestly, because I'm just sitting here shooting from the hip. If you guys want me to go off a script, stuff like that, I can. I can. I think this shit would be real boring if I did. Like, even more boring than it is sometimes. But I always respect the hell out of my audience and I appreciate every last one of you. And I want you guys to know that. The Discord, Sheree will share it, I'm sure, because she's amazing. Um, and yeah, it, like Steve, that's funny. Everybody unsub to him and then resub to him. The only thing is, like, it would be a funny joke, but it would be fucked up. Like you really mess with somebody when you do that. Especially like looking on the creator board, like, oh my God, like I went from 68 subs and Forever actually has a good point. What if that person got banned from YouTube and can't be subbed to them anymore? That could happen too. Maddie, I'm right there. I have some great people behind me on this live stream and stuff that I appreciate to no end. Sheree being one of my main ones. Not just that, but there's people that I've known for years: Smurf, Rogue, David Mon. Even though David Mon reminds me every day that I'm old and a geezer, I love that dude. No homo. Um, and Rogue, Smurf, Sheree, like people I know outside of streaming, just being on YouTube or in a chat room or something. Even if we've only played Xbox and stuff, these are people that I know. Like behind the scenes, we have conversations. SE's getting there with me. Like he is. Shout out to SE. Make sure you're checking out his channel, his content. He's amazing. And legitimately, if I started to go that route of not being myself and just doing this for a quick buck and bullshitting everybody and all that, one, it wouldn't work because that's just not me, right? And two, they they know I've made this promise before. If it ever comes to that point, that's when I shut down the stream and I don't do this anymore. That's when greed has taken over and everything that is good about this and genuine about it goes away. I can only do me. And, my points of view may change on things over time. Who knows? I definitely don't have the same points of view that I did 10 years ago. So you never know. I don't think I'll ever like dye my hair like the colors of the rainbow and go and cut my junk off or anything like this. I'm not a freak, but I definitely like. I don't think I'm gonna change. I'm fucking 50. I'm an old ass man. I'm kind of set in my ways. And but I promised everyone that would be my last stream at that point. Like I'm done. This can't always. Not everything in this world has to be about all the money, all the glory, fame, whatever you want to call it. I don't want any of that shit. You know what I want? I want a place where cool people can hang out, share their ideas, disagree respectfully, tell funny tales, enjoy each other's company, and take a break from the world for a while. And at one point, I started to get a little too serious. And then Beans is actually the one who reminded me on here that, I get done a hard day's work and I tune into your shit to listen to it. The least you could do is make it good or make it fun or, not keep bringing throwing the world in my face. So that's kind of why I've moved away from a bit from politics and stories and stuff like that. It's still got to come up because it's current news. Everybody's talking about it. We got to talk about it too because we just have to. Like it's just what the community does. We talk about shit like that. But yeah, you're 1,000% right when you say only do you, don't compromise. I won't. And then I have, of course, the King Kamaya Maya that will stomp a mud hole in my ass and walk it dry if she ever thought I was compromised. And that's my wife. I don't fuck with my wife. But that's just it. I can be one person. That's me. And sometimes I'm an asshole. Sometimes I can be aggressive. Sometimes I can be abrasive. Sometimes I'm tired and pissy. Sometimes I'm just hurting because shit doesn't work. Stuff like that. But I can only be me. And I throw it out there. And if people don't like it, well, fuck it. They don't like it. But at least I'm honest. But yeah, and I mean that legitimately too. Thank every last one of you guys. I just I don't ever want to if the compromise was, hey, we'll give you 1,000,000 subs and, $100,000 a week tomorrow, but you gotta compromise your morals, your values, everything about your community, all that stuff. Yeah, I ain't for sale, buddy. Money ain't everything. Sometimes it is about the taking the journey with other people and enjoying the road you're on versus all the loot in the world. Because in the end, I'll be dead one day. I know it sounds grim and sounds ugly and everything else. Well, what did I leave behind? Well, I'm going to leave all that money behind. I'll tell you that much. And somebody, probably one of my kids, is going to be very happy about that. But the reality is, what else did I leave behind? Did I leave behind good tales, fun times, and camaraderie, and maybe something better in this world? Or did I leave behind a pile of money? And that's one of those things that I feel I can give to you guys is don't compromise yourself. You some things aren't always about money. Yeah, you got to pay the bills. Yeah, you got rent. Yeah, you got overhead. Yeah, you got I got clothes I got to put on my back, food I got to put in my mouth, rent and all this other stuff. You got to break your ass. But when it comes to your entertainment, when it comes to your off time and everything else, enjoy shit. Enjoy it. Don't make somebody, like somebody's making you wait on them. Fuck that person. That's where I'm at. It's like, no, you're on my time. And like I said, I think last night I was a little abrasive about that fact, if I'm being quite honest with myself and quite honest with you guys. But to me, it's just one of those things that I don't see. I can't see a point of view on it. Like I can understand the reasoning behind it, but I don't see the point of view on it because to me, it's just disrespectful. I mean, look, if I can have both, I'll take both. But usually one doesn't walk with the other. You have to make a choice sometimes about like SE said, if I did some shit like that on stream, like I was joking around about, dyeing my hair rainbow and like all that kind of stuff and forget, he's right. I would get like pushed through the roof. I would have thousands of followers. You're stunning and brave and fierce, which is like the gayest word, fierce, right? Um, you're this, you're that, you're the other thing. I could have all that. I can make rage content like that. It's not terribly hard. I can sit here and bring up videos of some really really awful shit and show it to you so that you are appalled, disgusted, and you want to go out and fight a motherfucker out on the street. I can show you stuff like that. I see it all the time in my feed in different places, and it's other people's videos. I just play other people's videos and be like, "Yeah, see that? That's why you should be pissed off." I don't want to bring that bullshit into this world. If I can, I want to eliminate that bullshit from this world. I know people that used to dye their hair all different colors of the rainbow, and they weren't, you know, all about that life. I use it as an example, and you're probably right. I should probably stop using that as an example. But most times in the here and now and the nowadays, if somebody like outside of Marge Simpson has blue hair, you can be pretty sure what they're all about nowadays. Like it's unfortunately become part of their uniform. Like, hey, the clowns in the circus? Yeah, I'm gonna dye my hair that color, and you're like, a streak in there? No, the whole thing. Like, okay, yeah, yeah, I kind of know what you're about. I'm gonna say like 75% of the time. It's never all, so I can't say all of the time, but 75% of the time, I'm gonna be able to instantly go, yeah, we better not talk about this around this person because they are going to get really really upset. They're going to be feel like we're pointing them out and making fun of them directly because they're sensitive. I appreciate that, SE. It's the same reason why I tune into your channel. SE is one of the few people that I've seen stream where he'll be like, this is bullshit, that's bullshit, the other thing is bullshit. And he could be talking about either side of a political argument because he's being intellectually honest that nobody has reign on being perfect. He's going to, he's out there, he's sharing just what's going on out in the woods, whether it's an owl taking a shit, over in a tree, or, a bald eagle screaming in and picking a snake up out of the grass and flying away with it. Like he's all over it. And yeah, his channel's awesome. Great message. And even up the middle, it's the kind of people that I like to watch when I'm on my off time. And I do recommend. I'll always recommend your channel, man. Even if you tell me right now, like, Gam, you're a fucking asshole, and I don't like you, like you never have, I would still be like, yo, check out Essie's channel because it's good shit. And I mean, actually happy to see you, Benny, because I'm happy you're kind of seeing you a couple streams now. Couple streams like you're floating back in, you're floating back out, and hopefully we can keep you out of that sad state of mind because nobody deserves to be trapped in there with that. Nobody. Steve, I could 1,000% see you. You are that infiltrator, dude. Like, Steve's covering a major news story right now. What is it? He's inside the transfer community and he's like exposing them from the inside out. Like, wait, what do we mean by exposing them from the inside out? Like, that could be, three different things. Like, well, you'll find out later. Yeah, I mean, you do, and that's just it. Se, it's a rare trait. It seems like in the here and now, where people actually call it like they see it, but not doing it because they're getting rewarded to do it. Doing it because it's just the right damn thing to do. There's a reason why, there's shout out to Sheree. There's a reason why I have all the confidence in the world in Sheree. As a moderator, as a human being, everything. And I think most people that interact with her, you can see why I always say she's the greatest mods on the internet. Because she pops up, everybody's YouTubes, everybody's Discords, all that stuff whenever they come walking in the room, even when they're not in the room and I mention them. It's not just anything to do with that. It's also the person that is behind that keyboard. That is an amazing person. Her husband, who's also an amazing person, Mr. Rick James. Shout out to him too. Don't I never cut him short. One, because I don't want him to slap me around, but two, because he actually is really, really good people, and they worked hard, and they're legit. Maddie, I appreciate that. Yeah, I respect Sheree and the work she puts in. Because here's the thing with Sheree. She's got kids. She's mommy, and still at that age, kids too. She's got to deal with things outside of here as a woman, a mother, and all that other stuff. She sits around in my stream until she can't sit around in my stream anymore because she has to go do actual real life shit. But she puts all that stuff ahead of the stream, which is what I've always told her and always asked her to do. At the same time, she also makes sure that when I fuck up, that she gets either like make sure immediately afterwards is like allegedly, or GAM is not endorsing your life as a hustler or whatever the case may be, and has probably saved me from myself more times than I can count already. Because again, when you talk shit on the internet for 6 to 8 hours, you're going to say some dumb shit. You are. That's just the way this works. You're going to slip. You're going to say this. You're going to say that. And Sheree doesn't cover for me. She says, Gam, think about what you're saying. And she may say it on the side. She may not even say it in the chat. She may say it in Discord to me in a private message. And I'll hear the beep and go, okay, what's this? Oh, Sheree. Like, yeah, Gam, you're pissing off this person because, you're not looking at it from this point of view. And she's honest with me. And she has time to do all that, be a mom, a wife, and a good all around good person. Like that's some shit that should be respected. It's not easy. This isn't her. She's not getting paid. She's not getting money out of this. Not yet. I mean, I ever get paid, she gets paid. Well, I said 10% to the big guy. I mean to Sheree. But you know, that's part of it. Even when I told Sheree at one point, this tells me exactly what kind of person you are. And I wouldn't have had a problem with I suggested this. I said, Sheree, why don't you give me a PayPal? I'll put it up on the description. And then when people say, hey, I want to tip Sheree, that money goes directly to you. I have no touch on it. No cut off of it, nothing. It's your money. Sheree said, no, I'm not in this for that. I'm in it because I support you in the channel and I believe in you. That means more to me than any amount of money you could put in my fucking hand. and that it makes her amazing. But it also should tell everybody that has heard that just exactly how legit Sheree actually is, not just as a moderator or any of the many hats that she has to wear, but as a person. She could have been like instantaneous, and like I said, there's nothing wrong with that too. She might as well take the money because I was like, yeah, take the fucking money. But yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people that would be like, here you go, here's $5, throw it right in there, throw a coin to your Mahdi. Toss a coin to your Mahdi, tip in Sheree, tip in Sheree. Toss a coin to your Mahdi, you know. But no, like she wouldn't take it. She was like, no, you set up one for yourself first. Like, god damn it. Sorry about the god damn it, by the way. But like, damn it, like take the loot. Like I'm trying to hook you up here. I'm looking out for you. Nope. I'm just gonna be real with it, and this is why I'm here. And nothing but respect. Nothing but respect. So yeah, I mean, you saying I respect Sheree. I appreciate you noticing that. But the one person that knows I respect them is Sheree. So that's the important part. I often say this, like my wife often says this to me. She's like, you always say like you say nice things about me online and all this stuff in your streams, and she doesn't listen to the stream, right? So she doesn't know like I'm always praising her and all this stuff. She goes, "It'd be nice if you actually said it to me, though." I was like, God, that's so true. And then I always look at her and say, "Well, I'm not going to." So you're fucked. But that all comes back to me being an asshole, guys. And yeah, Sheree, as far as it goes, like last night, for example, I do my stream. Smurf's like, "Hey, Gam, where's Sheree? Since she's over at ABL's." I was like, that's her main, and I don't blame her. She's got like 1,000, 2,000, 1,500, whatever it is, people to deal with. It's that's always been where her main thing is, and that's a good thing. She didn't just like, oh well, I'm off to GAM, see ya, and kind of blow him off unless he blows her off first. So that also shows me something else too. She made a promise or said, "Hey, I'm going to do this job," and she does it well, and she doesn't f around. Dude, David, you're absolutely right. I'm that guy at karaoke that's like a homeless man that, how do you think I met your mother? I mean, I don't know if I'm doing something right, doing something wrong, but, you know, Sheree and I have this saying real recognizes real. No, dude, that's how I met your dad. And I mean, and then there's always, don't forget Tender either, David. That's how I met you. What can I say? I'm like a Beach Boys song. I get around, round, round. A New Year's Eve karaoke stream. day does he? Yeah, I don't even know what day New Year's falls on. I gotta look at the calendar. I don't even know if I'm streaming on New Year's. Let's see. We are September, October. Actually, looks like I will be streaming on Halloween again this year. That's the 31st is on a Friday, so it'll be one of the gaming streams. I'll also be streaming for Christmas. And yes, I will be. It'll be a gaming stream, and that'll be on a video game stream on a Wednesday. So that's crazy. Yeah, it looks like I will be streaming the holidays away. Tinder grinder, they all get confused when it comes to you, David. I know how you like to wear that mini skirt, so I mean, I dress up for Halloween every now and again. Has it's been a couple years, although the dog doesn't know he's getting dressed up for Halloween. But I told you, all black dog and pit bull mix and completely black. Yeah, the wife picked him up an Ace the Bat Hound costume, so he doesn't even know he's getting dressed, but he's getting dressed and pictures taken, and I'm gonna have to fight with that sucker. But it should be really cool when they come out, like because he looks like he doesn't have the personality of Ace the Bat Hound, but he looks like Ace the Bat Hound. I don't go out to party at all anymore. I gave up my party life. Probably right around the same time I gave up pool. Well, no, I gave it up before that because I'd still go out to pool once, twice a week, playing local tournaments, all that kind of stuff. And then I completely just stopped drinking probably about 11 years ago. So probably 11 years ago would be the last time I went out. The one up ghost face mask. That's epic, David. I should find I should find that print and 3D print it and mail it to you. It only cost me like $170 to get it through customs, but it might be worth it for the joke. Very good, David. Very good. I like that one. That's great. That was actually a fantastic one. There's no such things as kids going around trick or treating in where I live. Like I'm below that Bible belt. They don't celebrate Halloween down here like they do up north. Matter of fact, I have certain neighbors I have to make sure because I have black and white outdoor cats. I have to watch and make sure they're always good because they will kill the black cat. If like a pure black cat, they'll take it out. Yeah, I used to like going to people's houses, banging on the door, and rooking them for candy every year. It was always a fun thing. Mm-hmm. All right. Time are we at? 138. I'm only definitely through that. Might do the fedora, but I don't even want to touch this skin. This guy, every last little divot in the face, all that stuff, I'm gonna have to make it look like sores. Every last little, I don't even know if you guys can see it, but every last little tooth has to look good. His eyes have to look good. That's gonna be rough. And I gotta do his hand here. And then of course we have the claw. I guess I can paint the claw tonight and get that done. And then the only thing I would have left is base, the hat, because I want to get the hat just right too. And then skin. And once all that's done, Freddy's done. Let's take a look at that claw. All right, so we are looking at underline is brown. Yeah. Shout out to you guys again. Thank you for being fantastic. And not in the Reed Richards way. All right. So we are basing browns. It's always basing browns. Dang it. Only thing is, this brown is different than this boots brown. So this is the fun part. Get our base brown on there. So hard getting underneath and in there and even seeing if I can see the color on it. Well, okay, so the jar went flying. Did you set it on the counter before it went flying, or did you, like walk in like, oh, the jar and drop it? Because, you know, context matters here, Medi. Context matters. But yeah, that would be a glitch moment. Stuff like that happening, that's actually, that would scare the shit out of me. I mean that. Like, I would be like, yep, got to buy Depends every week. Like, legit scare the shit right out of me. So, okay, that could be a couple different things, right? One, you just said it. You were squeezing it tightly. Were your hands wet at all? Like sweaty? Happens. Could slip out of your hands, and if you're squeezing something tight, it'll shoot out of your hands and look like it flew, right? So there's that. And like I said, always look for the logical explanation. I mean, there's the other thing that, maybe that was a glitch in a paranormal activity where something smacked it out of your hands. Did your hands go flying up when the jar did, or did it just go flying? Like something yanked it out of your hands? Because, like, it's little context like that. I mean, Beans told me a story once about how she was visited by a ghost and was like, well, how'd you get rid of it? And she said, I just did my normal daily routine and listened to Backstreet Boys at full blast, and it left on its own. And I was like, well, I understand now. So that I figure that sighting might have been a legit one. See, that's interesting, Betty. That it was like full context. That's what I'm saying. Because then I can't like dispute it with you. Yeah, I've definitely gone a different way about, like possible debunking of things and stuff like that because I did actually piss somebody off once and they stopped watching completely because I was like, yeah, you just told me a whole bunch of nonsense bullshit that I can disprove in a matter of seconds. And when I did, they were not happy about it. But something like that, yeah, that can happen. Essie's right. I've actually seen. I had a buddy who true story, a guy named Joe Bastard. And I told this story last Halloween, and I'll tell it again this Halloween. But Joe Bastard was in my house, and he was like, "There's no ghost in here," and all this other kind of crap, and talking all kinds of mad shit. And out of nowhere, this fucking this I can't remember if it was a can or a bottle. I think it was a bottle. Just flew across the room and hit him square in the head. And it wasn't like any of us threw it. See, Maddie, if you play it like full blast, you'll scare the ghost right out of your house. Like, ghosts are afraid of Backstreet Boys, according to Beans. Allegedly. I forgot to end that story with an allegedly. Sheree, you're supposed to remind me. Dang it. Oh, it was New Kids on the Block. Okay. So, yeah, you got to skip the Backstreet Boys. Beans just corrected me. I was wrong again. It was actually New Kids on the Block. Apparently, they got the right stuff. I mean, New Kids on the Block were a great group when they had Richard Greco and Johnny Depp in there. Oh, wait. No, that was 21 Jump Street. My bad. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Oh, God. Beans, I'm sorry about that one. I notice I never mess with voice modulation after that ever again because I was like, I switched it over to this demon voice that talked real low, and like I turned it on and I did like a joke with it on there, and then out of nowhere, I'm not even watching the chat. I'm busy painting and I'm just talking like normal, and I look in the chat and Beans is like, "Yo, you're scaring the shit out of me. Stop that." And I'm like, "I'm not doing anything. What are you talking about, Sheree? Tell him what he's doing." And Sheree was away from the keyboard or not paying attention or whatever. So like it went on for a good what, like 30 minutes, 45 minutes of me just talking in this demon voice. And out of nowhere, she's like, the voice thing. And so I look, and sure enough, the modulator was on for the voice thing for demon, and I was like, oh my goodness, I am so sorry. Like it was, but I mean, like it was a good 45 minutes of like, yeah, so I'm going to switch over to the reds now. I'm going to switch over to the greens. Yeah, I'm just painting away, and let me tell you this story about. And it was just like this terrible, like growling voice with like an echo behind it and everything. I wonder, do I have that voice? Let's see if we can get Beans Nightmares real quick. I don't even think I have the software set up on this rig. That's on my other rig, like my good rig. Like yeah, it was. I mean, it was bad. Like, and then when I listened to it back, because I'm just talking like how I'm talking right now, but it's this demon voice, and like I said, Beans is like, you're actually scaring me right now and all that, and I'm just like, really, Beans? Like, what are you talking about? It's my normal ass voice. No, yeah, I'm telling you, it's not your normal voice. I felt so. I actually really did feel bad about that. I was like, oh yeah, that is creepy as hell. Like, my voice is bad enough as it is, let alone snap like a demon filter on top of it. I will fucking unsubscribe. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you for that one either. Like I said, that one was definitely like one of those. That was an actual oopsie too. Like I wasn't doing it to be a dick. It was an actual like oops. I didn't even realize. And yeah, I think you did say that. You were like, "Yeah, I'm in my garage right now." And like, I got to go back in the house. You are terrifying me. Like, what? Like, what? But that's just it. Even when I turn on that voice modulator, I didn't know it was on. Like, you can't tell. There's no thing that says, you are now in demon mode, or, hey, turn this off, asshole. I just assumed I turned it off and didn't. Definitely not one of my my prouder moments on stream. Because then I'd like I listened back to a chunk of the stream and I'm like, oh my goodness. Like not even like poor beans, I must have terrified her, but I was like, man, you can't even understand what the hell I'm saying. It sounds like I'm speaking in tongues. Like so even if I was just like little pig let me in or whatever, it would have sounded scary as hell. Little pig, let me in. Not by the hair on my chinny chin chin. I can't work that highlight in. Before I go into a burnt sienna on top. I think the burnt sienna should give me the effect I want. And if not, I'll just go heavy on the brown again. Burnt sienna. Oh no, this is not burnt sienna. Wrong color. That's toasted terracotta. Burnt sienna. Here it is. Oh, damn, I wasn't expecting that to spooge out the way it did. Water down some of that pigment. Shit coated way better than I thought it was going to. In one specific spot. Yeah, I legit did not know like at all. I'm just like, what? What's wrong with my voice? Like you're terrifying me. Like, what do you mean I'm terrifying you? Because I'm talking about like I don't even know what it was at that time. Like a possibility of Biden winning the election or something. Like no. Yeah, there's times where things like that have happened where I'm like, ooh, yeah, that was not meant to happen. That's I often tell the story. One of the reasons why I always give shout outs and shout out to her, Stranded Life Form. And also shout out to Sheree because we did I said I was gonna move the show to Fridays, right? At one point. I was like, let me try Fridays instead of Thursdays. And I moved it over to Friday. And everybody's like, you probably get better traction on a Friday instead of doing it on Thursday or what have you. So I move it over to Friday. One, nobody even showed up. Like nobody even realized I had moved the show to Friday. And then everything that could go wrong went wrong. The microphone stopped working every 5 seconds. The camera locked up 4 or 5 times. I had to reboot the stream on a pretty constant, consistent basis. And yeah, I refer to that show as the Friday Night Fuckery. And two people came, showed up, and stayed for the entire show. One was Sheree, and the other was Stranded. And neither of them unsubscribed to me and said, "Gam, I will never watch your shit again." So yeah, I'll always respect them for that because it was probably one of the worst goddamn things I have ever done. it was by far one of the worst shows I had ever or streams I ever did. Was that Friday Night Fuckery? Yeah, I mean, if you get freaked out by horror movies, and this is just it. Shout out to Six. I'm hoping the closer we get to Halloween, and definitely SE. One of these days, I was discussing this with SE last night, and I hope you don't mind me talking out of church. But one of these days, I definitely want to get SE on here and just discuss horror movies when we get closer to Halloween. And same thing with Six because they're big horror fans. Like I'm a huge horror fan myself, and I think just some of the stuff for horror movies, especially old classics and stuff. You guys will probably bring up stuff I've forgotten. I might bring up something you haven't seen or forgotten, and I think that could be a fun conversation. Have a good night, forever. Thank you for dropping in, brother. Always appreciate you. Versus Cannon Bear in the Harbor. I don't remember the oh, well, actually, I do. Yeah, see, SE is going to do that too. Maybe I'll guest star on SE's stream, and I'll make sure I turn on the demon, the demon filter on the microphone. Like SE, I've come to visit. Just- yeah, I mean, like I said, if it was intentional to scare you or whatever, I would have been like, yeah, I understand why you're not subscribed to me and don't listen to me at all anymore. But that shit was 1,000% unintentional. More intentional is kind of what David's talking about, which he said that is one of the biggest shit shows. When you have a guy that you yell at so much over a video game, you make him have a seizure, like a legitimate seizure where he has to log off the game because you're yelling at them about, even though they are incompetent, like you didn't mean to, you didn't mean to hurt him, hurt his feelings like that, and all that kind of stuff. Well, actually, I kind of did, but really didn't mean for him to fracture like that mentally. Like David was in the chat for that one, I think, and it was bad. Like people yelling, "Shut the fuck up!" I think he's stroking out. Like dude did actually like have an episode. Like I got him so upset he had an episode and over a video game. And then when he logged out, I was like, guys, I almost killed a dude over a video game by accident with my mouth. And they're like, yeah, you might need to tone it down, brother. Like, ooh, David always likes to bring up that story. Keep doing that. The finger's actually in the middle. A little bit lighter. There it is. So yeah, like, what did I say? Eh, It was, well, let's just say it's not very nice, and there's a lot of things I can't say on the internet all in a row like that because they will come for me and demonetize me. But yeah, he has actual serious medical issues too. Like he really does have some medical issues, and like yeah, this stuff that came out of my mouth. You got severe medical issues. Your brain physically can't comprehend fast, and like my mouth went off like it was a man with a machine gun, basically. And the insults and shit I was saying to him, I just broke him. That's just it. After that, he didn't play that game with us anymore. He told us like, "Hey, I can't handle this game anymore." And we were like, "Look, we understand, but we're going to keep you out of the warfare aspect of it, and all you're going to do is basically like feed the animals and tend the crops and stuff. Like you don't go out to battle, sir. You sit back at base, and that's all you do from here on out. We're not going to put any kind of pressure on you." And he played a little bit here and there, but yeah, he kind of, it wasn't that he stopped playing, he realized like he couldn't handle playing because the stuff we were playing is it's high stress stuff. You screw up and you lose everything. Like everything on your character. The only thing you don't lose that they can't take from you is your actual character. But everything else, all the hard work you put in gathering supplies or whatever, and I mean, you're talking like you're playing the game like 10 hours a day just to get supplies, stuff like this. And then somebody comes by, kicks your door in, and just steals everything from you. It's the games can kind of emulate like real life in that respect. Like you leave a door unlocked, somebody comes in your house, they steal your TV, your couch, your cat, whatever. You know, it's like that. And the thing is, with gamers, that is a big thing because you can get people to tap out on a pretty constant basis. Like, yeah, I don't even want to play this game anymore. You can have all my stuff and just quit. So we always had people like that coming for us, and unfortunately, he got the wrath of GAM because he got a guy's ship sunk because we were all out at battle at sea, and it was like, yo, I'm getting registrations that somebody has damaged one of our boats. Go check the harbor. Okay, and that's how he talks. Okay, and he talks all slow and everything else. And 5 minutes later, I get, yo, it says this boat sunk. And, like, did you check the harbor? Is there anything going on? No, I'm riding a bear over there. And it was like, why didn't you just jump over on the bed and look and tell me if somebody's attacking stuff? And he was just like, I didn't think of that. And so at that point, I jumped over. Sure enough, there's a guy sinking our boats in his boat. I jumped down. I sink that guy's boat, completely just wreck him out real fast. And I would have jumped back like no problem 10 minutes earlier before the other boat had gotten lost. And I sunk the guy, killed him, and then read good old Haxie the riot act, and I felt terrible afterwards because midpoint of me screaming about what a fucking retard idiot, this, that, and the other thing, and you useless cocksucker, and just going off. Out of nowhere, the one guy in the party, Johnny's like, yo, stop. He stopped talking. Like something's wrong. Like what? And it was just like, Gam, stop, shut the fuck up, dude. Hacksaw, you all right? You all right? And like nothing. All we heard was on the other end of the microphone. And I was like, oh shit. And like Twisted messages me. I think you killed him. And yeah, Twisted messages me, dude, I think you fucking killed him. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, and then I'm like, Hacksaw, look, I ain't even mad at you. All right, you all right, buddy? Just say something. And then it took like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and he was like, I think I need to get offline. And he logged out, and that was it. It was like he told us next day I had a seizure, like all that. I don't know if I can play this game. And I was like, damn. And David's like, right, you try to kill a bloke over a silly video game, right, Gam? What the fuck? David thought it was hysterical. Right, it was not funny in the moment, but afterwards when we found out he was okay and it was only you gave him a seizure, it was hysterical at that point. I'm like, damn it. Because yeah, I would go off on that game on people. Like David, anybody else for making mistakes. I was always trying to make people better at that game and make them realize, like, yo, you're gonna lose. You're gonna cost the entire team everything if you keep dropping a ball here and doing this, doing that. And yeah, that was an ugly one. I felt so bad afterwards, and I like Hacksaw. He's a good dude. Yeah, I can't make that up either. He was riding a cannon bear over there, and it was like all you had to do was like basically like teleport over there. Just look, let me know. You didn't have to fight anybody. Let me know. I'll come kick the shit out of him. But I don't know. He was like tending crops and didn't wasn't listen to what we were telling him. In the meantime, we're out at sea, like fighting like these guys. I had to jump off my boat. A repair guy, a guy named Pudge, he had to like pilot my boat. He's like, Gam, get back here. Like, I don't want to lose the boat. Like, he's all panicked. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to try and kill the guy. Like, it wasn't like intentional. It just happened that way. Oh yeah, well that's just it. So then there's Twisted, and Twisted and I are real close. We're like brothers, but we also argue like them. Twisted has a very hard nosed strategy. Gam has a very relaxed and kind of look. Let's try diplomacy and get through this, and buy ourselves time till we're 1,000% ready to rock and roll. And Twisted's more like, yeah, bud, let's go charge in and just blow everything up. Oh shit, I lost the boat. But his approach works in certain cases, and my approach works in other cases, right? And we balance each other. We would be fighting, and I mean, it would be like 10, 15 people coming at Twisted and I, and they're other players, so they're skilled too. It's not like we're fighting, the AI or something. They all have skills. And me and Twisted, I'd be like, shut the fuck up, Twisted, you piece of shit. You got us into this issue. Fuck you, Gam, you bitch. You should have fucking attacked when I told you to. In the meantime, we're just killing everybody on the field together, like back to back, just like wiping everybody out. So, yeah, that is kind of the point of the game. Yeah, dude, that's just it too, Essie. Yes, we were 100% like you are now, what's known as the base bitch. Like you water the gardens and collect the food and go around to all the different animals that we're taming and feed them and make sure they're good and healthy. And wear this little apron while you do it, kind of thing. Yeah, you're 1,000% right. And we were playing a game called Atlas. So there's an older game. It's called Ark. They're supposed to put out the sequel. I don't know if it's ever going to see the light of day, to be honest with you. Where you were like in this land and you tamed dinosaurs and everything. Well, they were going to do an expansion where they were going to add oceans to it and boats and all this kind of stuff. And instead, they ended up um, deciding, like, hey, you know what? This is a good enough game. We can actually spin this off into its own thing. And so that became this game, Atlas. So it had a lot of the mechanics of the Ark game. Well, Ark is notorious for just breeding assholes that will walk down the beach like a player will log in. They'll knock them unconscious, lock them in like a grass hut, and make them create a new character and stuff. Like just dickhead stuff. And when we joined in, it was already the third season of the game because it had just come to Xbox. It was on PC before. And it was, like the Xbox players were all new, but a lot of us were experienced either in Atlas or in my case in Conan. And yeah, it had this one major issue. The company that made it is a Chinese company, and the Chinese would form mega companies. So the most people you could have in one company is 75. The Chinese would have 150 or like 150 to 300 players between four companies that would all attack you at the same time if they wanted to, and they weren't very good. Like they were almost like not even making this up a little bit. They were like robots. So we landed on this one Chinese island because in order to get your character's level up, you had to find what were known as discovery points. And these discovery points were on each different island. So you had to visit a whole bunch of different islands. Well, if you went in the places where the Chinese controlled their islands and they caught you, they could imprison you and keep you basically in like a jail cell for the most part. Like keep you, you can do this thing with a med kit, and they could keep you for up to 48 to 72 hours. So we're always careful sneaking around when we get on these islands. And we came up on this guy, no joke. He was out there and he was collecting resources. And we walked past him, like try to sneak past him, but he saw us and just kept collecting the resources. We didn't attack him or anything, and just like let us go past. Like he didn't, like he clearly saw us. Why isn't he attacking? Why isn't anything attacking? Nothing attacked us. We went over, got discovery point, and got the hell out of there. And so we were talking to players that are PC players that have been playing this for the first two seasons, and they're like, yeah, the Chinese, they have people that are captains, and that's all they do is go out to boat warfare. Then they have other guys that all they do is sit there, like, say, one of the resources is a specific type of wood, like ash wood. All they do is log on every day for 8 to 10 hours a day and collect ash wood. They don't fight anybody. They don't do anything. They don't defend. They don't sail ships. They don't. That's all they're there for is to collect. Like they're like that. They're programmed basically almost like robots to not get into it with outsiders and everything else. And so, yeah, we had come across one of these guys, and I thought it was like nuts. But it was like, if anybody's seen Star Trek, it was like dealing with the Borg. Yeah, Atlas was amazing. Unfortunately, they ruined it like in later seasons. But yeah, at that point, it was crazy. And yes, that's just it. Just imagine that's what you do on the video game. Oh, that's all I do is go out and farm this one specific resource for 8 hours and then log out. That is your entire gameplay time. But the whole thing is, the Chinese were always very proud of those people too and celebrated them because they were like they kept the war machine running. Then you had assholes like us that, had to do it all. And that's why they came one time. True story. When you move a flag, somebody else can slap a flag down or contest your flag on an island. You have to pay gold every 24 hours to keep your island. So you have to be out there hunting treasure, doing all this kind of stuff. and keeping your flag. Well, when you pick the flag up, somebody can contest your island. I moved the flag, and with 2 minutes left to go on reclaiming this island for us, where all our shit is, here come the Chinese, and they slap down a claim flag. And it was me and two other people. Well, actually, no, three. And we had to fight off. It was 75 of them. No joke, not making it up. Like a 30 from one company, 45 from another showed up on the island. They just start running in at us like ants. That's what it reminded me of. It was like ants, and I'm like cutting them down left, right, front, and center. I don't die at all, but I'm killing them and then seeing the same name come back at me like when their respawn timer kicked back over. And the whole thing was you keep respawning on the one boat, but they were having people jump in. So luckily we had a sister tribe called Scrandy Squad, and those guys were actually like our big brother. We were their sister tribe, and they came sailing over in their boats and started annihilating the boats so they couldn't spawn in while I'm holding down the island. Like it was ugly. It's not even looking for the ashwood. That's the whole thing. Like you already know where it is. It's a patch on this one island, and you just stand in this one patch and just go through it and keep cutting down all the trees as they respawn. But it keeps everybody, all the other companies from being able to come in and collect that resource that they need to build better cannons, better everything else, better boats, the whole 9 yards. I don't know if I like that. Yeah, it kind of works. I don't know. Let me see what the silver and the claws look like. Yeah, I mean, it was insane. And like David said, David's not. You guys think David's joking around with that? That was like a year and a half of David's life. Like, well, actually, like a year of his life because he disappeared on us because he got a Russian girlfriend, and he's a young man, so we couldn't really fault him for that one. But he disappeared on us at one point in time. But David would be there, throwing down with us and everything else too. But yeah, Chinese, they're a different style of gamer. Like it was some hive mind fucking unreal shit. But it also taught me this: if ever America got into a fight with China, like a legit, like hey, China just invaded our shores, we would kick the ever loving shit out of them. Like not even joking. We would legit kick the crap out of them because they would have overwhelming numbers, like you know millions of them landing, and like we'd be able, each human being fighting, each man fighting, not even the women, just the men fighting, we'd be able to take down at least 15, 20 of them before they got one of us. So we would eventually run their numbers out. It definitely taught me that lesson. Let's see, how are we looking on that? That's not bad. Yeah, I mean, stuff's crazy. And it wasn't, I felt bad for any type of child or little kid that tried to play that damn game too. Like they would get bullied. Um, Bullied to no end. Oh no, they were some of the best captains were Chinese captains. The thing is, that's all they did was sail the boat, right? So if you could get on the boat, they couldn't hand to hand combat you. You would take them out, but they function. So here's one of the things I've observed with anybody I've ever talked to from the military. Let's say there is a lieutenant. Well, I don't even know what the ranks are. Let's see, it's private, corporal, sergeant. Wait, is it? Yeah, is it sergeant, staff sergeant? I don't know. We'll say staff sergeant, right? And he's in charge of everything. He gets shot. The person who is the sergeant of that squad then becomes the staff sergeant and can lead the troops because they're right on mission with the rest of the group, everything else. Whoever's below you in rank knows your job and is ready to take your place. The Chinese, if you killed one of their leaders off and they no longer got orders, they didn't know what to do. They went into total disarray. That's why the American military is as solid as it is, because each man has basically always been prepared to take the next man's job if need be. Like it's an oiled machine, and that's just it. With China, they got to get orders from somebody, where Americans just, well, let's do it. Like I didn't have to give my guys orders to attack or not to attack. If they were out at seeing somebody hit them, those guys did. Like you'd have those people that were like drones. That all they did was transport stuff on a ship and sail it from point A to point B. You start hitting one of those transports, you're expecting resistance from a good captain. Unless their fighting ships were out there escorting them, you're sinking that boat every time. Actually, that is not far off. That's already happening. You can get VR headsets that'll make you feel like you're in the game, and then there's they are working on a way to Neuralink where you can not feel everything from it, but you can put on like there's clothing that they make. For example, you could get a VR helmet, and they're very. The problem is they're super expensive right now, but they do make stuff that you can put on. So if you're playing like Call of Duty, for example, in VR, or a game like Call of Duty, where you're shooting at each other and everything, and somebody shoots you in the chest, it has like a register wherever you got hit at on your body, and it basically applies pressure, like a sharp pressure, real fast. So it'll feel like not like you got hit by an actual bullet, but you can tell you got hit. The thing that freaks me out about all that is the one thing that people use. What's the first thing you think people did with a VR headset? Actually, what do you think the first thing somebody that's creating like robots, what do you think the first thing they were like, "Hey, you know what? Not like industrial or anything for entertainment purposes. What do you think the first thing a guy did when he created a female robot?" That's right. Steve and Sheree, you guys get the gold star. That was the first thing they did was like, I wonder how this thing will feel when I put my stuff in there. Can we make it feel like this? That's what scares me is I can see the future guys that are incels that can't get any and all that stuff and have no skill instead of honing skill and, you know, learning how to talk to women and all that kind of stuff, just buy like a robot type thing like this or a suit type thing like this, put on the headset and just, you know, go to town on, well, inanimate objects, we'll say. Maddie, Steve's dead on. He is dead on. That is one of the drivers of that industry, believe it or not, is 1,000% that. Right? I mean, you wanted to do this, that, and the other thing with a girl, and the girl, is obviously not going to let you do this, that, or the other thing with her. You buy a robot that lets you do whatever the hell you want to it, no matter how vulgar or outrageous. There are guys out there with lining up with their wallets open for it. I have no idea if Elon Musk did something like that. Elon Musk has enough money where he could just buy people if he wanted to. Let's be honest. See, like Sheree's right. That's just it. And like, I mean, you have a whole industry, and I don't want to get too graphic, and I'm not going to. Um, you have a whole industry of toys, adult toys, we'll say, that are designed where they actually got actresses, adult actresses, and used I don't know. I don't know what they use for it. Something, and they make a mold of their well, and their other, any orifice, we'll say, and then you can actually go buy a molded toy of that actress's orifices. Now you apply that to a robot, and well, they make a movie, they shoot it in VR, like 12 cameras going at the same time, and they just apply it to the VR, and yeah. Do you know how much money they will get for all that in the future? We're not talking like hundreds of thousands or million. We're talking billions to possibly up to a trillion, like over years. Hey, look, I'm just telling you, this is what the future is, unfortunately. Dennis Leary says it best in Demolition Man. I've seen a vision of the future. It's a 40-year-old virgin sitting in his underwear, eating Taco Bell and singing "I'm an Oscar Mayer wiener." Yeah, and I mean, I'm specifically like, because you guys know what I'm saying here, but you guys also tell me if I'm telling lies. Do you guys think I'm making that up? And I'm not gonna ever be that guy, because yeah, I have no, like, I've never had issues like that. I've always been able to talk to the opposite sex, or all that. And again, it all goes back to, if you're a fat slovenly fuck who's afraid of women, well, start working out, take pride in yourself, have conversations, develop a certain set of skills, and get better at life. Because I tell you what, you want to end the human race, that's the way to do it. That'll put a big damper on procreation and population and everything. You want actual population control? That's your population control. And it comes in the form of, hey, my name's Siri. Let's explore today. Yeah, and Steve, that is terrifying to me too. Look at dudes who are out there, and they're wifing and marrying like AI avatars, stuff like this. Like, bro, I get it that you are lonely. I get it that you may not be Brad Pitt or Henry Cavill or any of these guys. And women expect a certain thing from you in one way or another, but you can always improve yourself. I don't know how. Like at some point in time, do you wake up from that delusion and be like, yo, what the hell am I doing with my life? Like there's just nothing that bothers me more than seeing that either. Knowing that this is how they make their money or how they're going to end up making their money, and honestly funding research and development. Two ways you get money, and that's that industry and the other type of industry, which is warfare. Those are your two. Those, if you want the money makers in reality, those are the two ways you make money with AI and stuff like that. That's your billion-dollar industries. That's every. I mean, look, and I stand on precedent. So there was Blu-ray and there was HD DVD. This is just recent too. We can go back to VHS first. Betamax. We can go back to um, CD, mini CD. We can go to DVD, mini DVD, or what was it? It was DVD and something else. Actually, DVD was just pretty much accepted as the you know successor to CD. But if you go back and you look at, for example, HD DVD versus Blu-ray, why do we have everybody have Blu-rays and HD DVD died a horrible death? Why? Because they were cheaper to produce, and Sony had learned from its mistake from Betamax VHS that if you make it easier to produce, cheaper, and then you market it towards the adult industries, and they embrace it, then yeah, that's the way to go. Medi, that shit already has happened. I should look up a video of a guy who's in VR. It's not even like it's a chat, not just a game. It's actually a chat. You would be mortified. You would be like, "Yo, this can't be real life. Tell me this ain't real life." We're talking grown ass people that have like another player and they're like, "Yeah, that's my daughter." And it's like, "Is that your actual daughter?" And it's like, "No, in the game it's their daughter or who they consider to be the daughter." But in real life, they're just some adult sitting in a room with a VR helmet on. And I mean, weird as shit you've ever seen. I need to look up the guy's videos and maybe I'll show portions of them on here at one point. But you guys would not believe some of this shit. Some of the shit this guy comes across, pedos, like you name it, like the worst degeneracy that you've ever seen. I think this glove might be a little too brown. I might want to retouch. Let's see how it looks. Ooh, that inside blade's got to get painted. I'll tell you that much already. Love's the right color. Let me get the hands actually in the slot. Yeah, we are looking not bad on the hand. I have to color up that one. Looks like I didn't paint enough on there with the silver. Yeah, I mean, that's just it though. You want depravity? I started reading the Bible recently. Yeah, there's some shit in that Bible. Like, humans have always been messed up, especially when it comes to the more adult things, in my opinion. And it's not always the guys. Sometimes it can be the girls too. But yeah, they women of loose morals have always existed. What is going on with that? Why is it coming out like a black? Oh, because I hit the wrong damn one. Shit. I'm getting the wrong kind of pull off this metallic. What's up with that? It's because it's not the silver. I was hitting gunmetal. But yeah, I mean, I feel bad for the young men and actually young women nowadays. Because where the adults back in my day, if you had been like, "Yeah, I'm all into this furry shit," they would have probably beat the hell out of you and been like, "What's wrong with you, boy? Go get yourself a girl," and all that kind of stuff. Um, and there's a whole lot of quit where somebody gets rejected, it's the end of the world, and it's like, hey, you got shot down, get back up on the horse, brother. Where the yeah, I need, and if I can find them, definitely help. I need to see if I can find my tweezers. There they are. I gotta clean those tweezers up. Those things are like encrusted with like glue and resin and all kinds of crap. A little piece of hair in there. All right, those are fixed. Let's take a look. Let's see how Freddy's hand and sweater at least look. So that's what we worked on tonight. Yeah, I think he's coming together. Claw is definitely there. I gotta be so. This thing is so. I'm so worried about breaking it. Those little pieces. Let me see what he looks like. Let's do a little assembly. Just want to see what he looks like when he's actually based on. Legs, you guys weren't lying to me either. Those legs did come out good. They look like jeans. And this guy is actually taller than I thought he was going to be, too. Let's see where we're at. I still got to get the skin tone done. A little bit of a pullback. Let's see. Let's get the head on there. Granted, the head still got to get painted, so that ain't helping. And let's get your hat on, sir. It's going to be a lot easier once he is completely done and painted. So we got head. What does everybody want? And let's see. We can hold that in there like that. Let's turn him a little bit. Let's see what that claw looks like, guys. I think we definitely have a winner. I think he's coming out kind of badass. What do you guys think? Coming along nice. Yeah. Like I said, I'm definitely the paint's going on there. The hard part is going to be next time. Because that skin, I saved the hat for next time too, because that's going to be always one of those fun ones. But I think the claw is done. I can definitely, I've got to paint this hand in here. Which actually, I've got to clean something up too on that side. See if I've got the. He is the jeans to the shirt or to the sweater. Everything else is done. Claws done. The head, all I got left is head, hat, and this hand that's kind of glued to his side. I think he's getting there. And then, of course, the big pain in the ass. The biggest pain in the ass with this thing is I'm going to have to make the base black. And then this is clearly like steel. We got a little bit of piping here. I've got a Nightmare on Elm Street. I don't even know if you guys can see it right here. I'll show you the whole base in a second. Let me see, what color am I working with? I am working with green. I need to get that green and fill in. There's a space right between two of his fingers I missed. But it's a lot of this is going to come down to how pizza out I can get that skin looking. Get that cleaned up. Thank you guys. I do appreciate you. I mean, if I didn't have to paint this hand, I would glue this in now. We do. We have all the stripes lined up too, which was one of my fears. This light-weighted stripe here bothers me a little bit, but not as much knowing that I had to put that in manual to make everything uniform. But at this point, he's oh, let me fall apart on me. He is getting there. Oh crap! Let's get the screenshot. What do you say, y'all? Let me know. Oh wait, it's not going to come up, is it? The hell? Where's my snip? exactly like why is that not popping? Normally this pops. See screenshots. Hopefully it's just sending them. Oh, what the hell? Why are you not working? Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Let me turn back on notifications. It's not snipping. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this again. One time with feeling I'm getting tired of holding this damn thing up. There we go. Save. Cool. So, like I was saying, let's take them apart. Put them back nice and gentle because I'm not painting until next Thursday instead of Sunday. I almost feel like if I get everything done in time, I'm doing a Sunday show just so I can finish him because he's close. But let's not rush it either. Let's enjoy this one. I also have a Michael Myers and a Jason Voorhees from these same guys. It's 3D Berserk or Wicked. I'm not sure which one, but yeah, definitely some decent other models too. But yeah, if we look at this, you have plating that is like heavy grate plating, and then the Nightmare on Elm Street logo, plus this whole blood drip coming over here. You got the hard steel girder on the bottom. Of course, you have the base of it, like the actual middle. So this is all going to be metallic. I'm going to have to. It's going to be a bitch. It really is going to be a bitch sorting all these things out, like different color schemes. Like, am I doing this in copper? Am I doing it in steel? Gunmetal grays, whatever. A lot of metallics are going to go into the base. Yeah, yeah, you guys are awesome. Definitely, like, well, unfortunately, it's meticulous, and I'm sorry, it's probably boring in a way. I think once it's all done, once we see how it all comes together, how our maniac looks, how Freddy looks, if I do the face right and I do the hat justice, everything gets glued together. I think this could be one of my best ones. It all depends on how I do that skin on that face and that one hand. That one hand is kind of wonky. The way they did it, they should have 3D'd it out more. It's kind of flat, but definitely worth the shot, you know? Smoke a finale. I do appreciate each and every one of you being here. Medi, it's actually really good to have you back. Even though you and Beans have discussions that none of us can ever understand. Simon and Simon, that was actually a classic. What was that? That was Cody. Am I thinking of the right show? I can't remember what the nerd's name was on that show. But yeah, thank you guys. You guys are the greatest audience on these internets. I know a lot of people say that, and I can honestly say you guys aren't even just the greatest audience on this internet. You guys are the greatest community on these internets. I'm pretty sure I know the intro though, Steve. They had one guy that worked with them that's like a complete computer nerd, and then you had the one dude with the mustache. I think his name was Cody, and then I can't remember who the other guy was. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I'm actually happy with the way it's starting to look. Like when I wasn't sure about it until I put that body on top that bottom, and then I looked at it and I'm like, okay, now we're talking. I really need to probably do this off screen or whatever, but glue those legs down, and can't glue the body down yet though. I've got to paint the flesh on that one hand. You may not be leaving, but Sheree knows I'm shutting down the show in a minute as soon as I'm done my smoke. So she's saying goodnight to everybody preemptively because Sheree is nice like that. She Sheree, like I had two brain cells left, and Sheree took half of one of those brain cells and then made it subdivide. So it actually, I don't know if she used osmosis or what, but she took that brain cell and then she grew like a piece of my brain in a small petri dish, and then she hooked it up to a microchip, and then now she can predict what I'm going to do before I even do it. She knows like I've set down the paints. I put together the model. I took the screenshot, and Sheree's like, "Yeah, you got about 6 minutes on that cigarette, and then it's going to be, shut down on the show and saying goodnight to everybody and giving shout outs to the greatest mods on these internet, Sheree. Shout outs to Stranded, you know, people that didn't make the show like E Rock, Rebel for dropping by for a minute and saying, "What's up, dude?" And Essie and Maddie and Beans, Mister, like all the usual crew. The people working hard and probably listening if their Wi-Fi is working, like, hey, Smurf. I don't usher people out, and I don't have Sheree do it either. Like I said, Sheree has watched enough of my shit to just know what I'm gonna do preemptively. Like she's like, okay, yeah, he's at the end of the show. He's shutting down. It's 3 in the morning on the East Coast. He's smoking his last cigarette. He put the model together. He got the screenshot. Like she knows what the like my show kind of does. I hate to say it's formulaic, but it kind of is like to that extent. Yeah, and shout out to Six. Where was Six? I didn't even see him come in here. Normally he comes in here after shooting his adult films and like says what's up to us. Thank you, Beans. I appreciate that one. Yeah, I there's stuff we could have deep dived into when it comes to politics and some of the stuff going on. I'd rather just treat them like news, be like, here's what's going on, and then unless it's something severe or serious where we really need to cover it, I'm trying to stay away from that crap, guys. I know that might not be everybody's cup of tea and people want to hear me go all political, but I just I want positivity, and politics there's usually nothing positive with it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, shout out to him. Shout out to Six. I do miss the drummer, my drumming friend. But yeah, it was really actually cool. I am happy. I like I said, There's a point in not long ago, like legit, like a week and a half ago, where I was like, man, maybe I should stop this streaming stuff. Maybe I'm throwing like negative, bad juju out into this world. Just giving an opinion or destroying somebody's woo woo. Like here you go. Here's the facts, figures. Your woo woo's bullshit. And I stopped. I stopped doing that just because I was like, yeah, I don't. Why am I doing this, that, or the other thing? Like people are allowed to believe what they want to believe, or all this other stuff. I don't have to piss on their parade completely. Yeah, nothing, and that's just it, Steve. Like left, right, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which. It does matter which team you're on to an extent, but people take that shit way too far. And I expressed this. Se will tell you I expressed this last night. Be careful because shit can become a cult real quick. And that's one thing that I don't want anybody that's in my community to fall into is a cult. I'm not the end all be all. I'm just the guy with the mic. I happen to have the talking stick at this moment. But any one of you guys could have this talking stick at the next moment, and I'm all right with that. I'll watch your streams. I'll enjoy them. I'll sit there in the chat and bullshit, right? But you got to be careful because you can get into an echo chamber and a cult very easy, and I want everybody to avoid that. And even if you enjoy being in an echo chamber to an extent, I'm glad you take time out of your day to get out of it and watch this shit. But yeah, I mean that's just it. Se when I had been like as I'm halfway through the smoke, so it gives me enough time to tell it. Um, that I feel you have to ask yourself that if you have any kind of audience, if you have more than 4 people that watch you at any given time, you need to stop and ask yourself, am I doing good or am I doing bad? And I don't mean in is my content good, is my content bad? Am I throwing good in this world or am I throwing bad in this world? If I'm throwing bad in this world, you might need to step back and reevaluate what you're doing. And that's my opinion. Like people can hold their own opinion on it, but that's how I see it. Is that I don't want to throw negativity and I don't want to throw that bad out in this world. And I don't want people going away from a stream feeling like, oh shit, there's no point to this. Or, yeah, my team's going to kick the crap out of your team or anything. No, I want people walking away going, exactly what Bean said. Thank you for the relaxing stream. It was fun. I came in here. I was allowed to joke, you know, talk whatever shit and enjoy myself. And like to Meddy's point, like she's like, don't feel down on yourself. It's not about being down on myself or anything else. I'm just making sure that I'm not throwing evil because it's real easy. That is, and that's what makes money too. Unfortunately, it seems like on the internet, the more you scream about something like I don't know, Tim Pool Civil War, the more you're kind of wishing that shit into this world. And for what? So you can make money? It's kind of fucked. Just tell the truth, be yourself, and enjoy life. And do it with good people around you. Simple philosophy. You and that's just it. I've got, you know, well, it wouldn't be Jiminy. What would it be? Um, yeah, would it be a Jennifer Cricket at that point? I've got a Jennifer Cricket on my shoulder, a conscience to tell me like, yeah, Gam, you're stepping, you're a habitual line stepper, but you're not stepping over that line, and that's Sheree. And shout out to her for being the greatest mods on these internets and a friend, to let me know if I go evil. It's one of those things. There's a reason I got an angel wing and a demon wing in the picture, guys. There's a reason I got it tattooed on me. Because I can be a good guy and I can be an evil son of a bitch too. And I don't want to be an evil son of a bitch. I would rather be that shade of gray, but walk in the middle. Oh, don't yell that shit in German. I'm thinking you're coming to execute me and stuff me in a gas chamber, Beans. I know, Maddie, and honestly, that's why you're, like I said, if I can scream out to people about watching the channel, watch SE. He doesn't have that message. He's got that positive, are we doing the right thing message. He's got an intelligent take on things. I appreciate the hell out of him. I tell you guys who I watch, who I roll with, and stuff like even the people I just subbed to on Patreon. There's a reason I'm showing off their art and everything. And like I said, I'm gonna message him and let him know. Look, I do a stream and put your stuff on stream and showed stuff and all this. And hopefully they don't hit me with a copyright or some shit, for showing off their art. But for me, like I said, the moment I walked into that Patreon, I felt respected for $10, and it was like it didn't take much, dude. All you had to do was give me a kind word, and sometimes that's hard to get from people. Oh man, that's crazy, Steve. But thank you guys. You guys are the greatest um, community, viewers, audience, however you want to say it, on these interwebs, and I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you for hanging out. Hopefully you did enjoy it. Hopefully you did have fun. Relax. Hopefully I didn't screw up too bad with my painting. It came out all right and all that. And I'll be back tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's gaming. We got the last level of crime scene cleaner. Good lord, and I can put that game to bed and take it off the old hard drive. I might check out that Sworn game because David's saying, "Right, it's a good one, lad," or whatever the hell he says in his British stuff in his British speak. Um, but I might check that out. I downloaded Plants vs Zombies Garden Warfare. Well, actually, no. Battle for Neighborville, I think, is the latest one. It's a goofy shooter game that could be fun to watch. I don't know. We'll give it a shot and see how it comes out. Um, and downloaded, like whatever other game I can find. It seems like an interesting time to play. But we'll do that. It's fuck around Friday, basically. Thank you again. Shout out Stranded. Do not break your ass too hard at work, Stranded. And I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you again from the bottom of my heart. And everybody have a great night. And I will see you tomorrow night if you're available. If not, I understand. And regardless of any of that, have a good one. And don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.